which is what's annoying me. Okay, now it's working. Definitely working. Now, alright, so, testing the chat. I didn't even turn on the super chat, but this is not even worth it. So, yeah, I know I'm a bit late. I'm a bit late by over a day because this was supposed to have been last night, but last night it wasn't going to happen. Sorry about that. It just wasn't going to happen. And if I'm going to be honest, and excuse me for eating, but this is dinner. Well, more like breakfast. I live very nocturnal hours. Anyway, if I'm going to be honest, even tonight is sort of not working. You probably hear the noise in the background and all that, but I'm not about to tell people that they need to stop their lives just so I can do a live stream. But since I said I was going to be on at 10, I figured, why not? Let me just at least jump on at 10 and do at least a little bit of fun. So, first things first. Let's talk about the store reviews that I need to hurry up and get running. I actually do have I am still working on it. I'm just about done. Do I need to work on some more editing work with it? There's a couple of last minute edits that I felt that this thing needed. But just to show you that I'm not making this up, that I actually do have, I'm actually working on this freaking thing. Hold on for a second while I pick the proper review and review. There it is. Open it up. And once I get this loaded up, I will try to put it in the background. That's why I have you see me as a tiny window behind a big black screen, because I have things to show. So as soon as this thing hurries up and loads, we can get on with it. In the meantime, as this is a new year, while I'm waiting for this thing to load, I just wanted to thank everybody who stayed with me all the way through last year. Last year, I know, was a very challenging year for just about everybody, in one way or another. And it's been very, very trying. And I'm hoping that you guys are able to get through it with minimal damage. And let's hope that this year won't pile on the damage. I'm honestly not one of those people that thinks, oh, now that we've changed the number, everything's going to be completely different. No, life doesn't work that way. But I am hoping, again, excuse the background noise. They're playing Dark Souls 3 over there, by the way. So, which I probably would be joining them if they didn't already have a full crew. But, yeah, while this year might also be challenging, hopefully it will not be as challenging as last year. I'm certainly hoping for that. I will say this, though, about 2020. I know a lot of people called it a dumpster fire year. It was a garbage year. It was a crap year. I understand this. And while at first I was saying that, by the time the summer hit, I was looking at it a little bit differently. Granted, I'm not saying that I all of a sudden did a 180 and like, yeah, 2020. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it might have been a necessary year. Without really going too much into it, unless you guys want me to at a future date, you have to destroy in order to build. And there is a lot of stuff in the world that, quite frankly, needs to be rebuilt. And I'm thinking 2020 was a year where the foundation was being laid, so to speak. Now, whether or not people actually take advantage of that, time will tell. But yeah, you have to destroy in order to build. So I'm thinking that's one way you could look at 2020. Let's see what comes from that. Now, as I had stated, I wanted to show you guys what I'm doing. So let's show you what I am working on, and hopefully this will pop up in the background. But I click, there it is. You can see it, right? And it's way too big. Hold on for a second while I shrink it. Let's see if I can shrink it. Yep. Nope. Okay. Back down. Sit on the stick. Okay, so there, sort of, and move that there, and then I move this here. Okay, boom. So, as you can see, oops, as you can see before you, and I'll move myself over to the side. This is the review. This is the sword review. It's right here. Okay, it's all right there. As you can see, this is pretty much all the verbal stuff. It's all there. I'm not too sure why the video clips aren't showing over here, because this, well, over here and there, this is the cutting footage. All the cutting footage is there. So, yes, I am working on this. Yes, it is, being worked on. It's all there. It's all right here. I just, need to hurry up and finish inserting all that. So, yes, it is being worked on. I wanted this actually up by last night, but last night just... last night it just wasn't happening. It just... too much happened last night. There was no way in hell I was going to be able to get the live stream done and get all of this done. But tonight, I should be able to lay this stuff down and hopefully be done by tomorrow. And then hopefully I can do like a better live stream tomorrow, because this right now, I'm not considering this to be the official live stream. Because there's just too much going on, a little bit haphazard, and there's background noise and all that. But yeah, I still want to at least do something fun tonight. I happen to have another thing that I can't exactly show you, but it's definitely been an improvement, and it's definitely going to make things easier for me for any future live streams, is that I finally have a dual monitor setup. Yep. Basically my winter solstice present to myself. I now have two monitors, so I can have, my game stuff over here when I'm live stream playing games with you, or if I'm doing something, and then if you guys are chatting with me, then I can see it in the other screen over there. So, yeah, it's been a really long freaking time. I finally joined the 21st century, I think, in having a dual monitor setup. It's kind of funny, because at work, I have a dual monitor setup, and then I came home, and I'd be on single monitor. And yeah, my mind finally snapped. It's like, come on, this is ridiculous. No, how are you gonna go home and not have the luxury? So, finally got it. Just in case you guys are interested, and you want to save yourself a little bit of money, whether you want to go for a dual monitor setup, or if you are looking for a new monitor and you want to do an upgrade or whatever, a company that I can recommend, I'm not going to say that they're the greatest, but I'm saying I could basically recommend them with some caveats, is Biotech. They're a new company making tech, and their monitors are really cheap in price, but they're actually pretty good. Not spectacular, but it's good. Hey Patrick, hey Midas. See, now I can easily see it on the side. Basically, I picked up two 1440p monitors that you can bump up to 75 hertz. Now, here's where I say that I'm recommending this monitor with a little bit of a caveat. They advertise these monitors as 1440p 75 hertz monitors. And that sounds, and by the way, when I picked them up, they were going for 160 bucks. It was like 159 something, but it's 160 bucks for a 1440p 75 hertz monitor. Insane, right? IPS technology and all that good stuff too. So you're thinking, what's the catch? Well, one of the catches is that, of course, they're going to cut corners in the build. And while I won't say it's cheaply built, it is all plastic. Like usually a lot of other better ones, you've got like the metal frame in the back and all that. These are mostly plastic, so that might turn some people off. But the other thing, and this was the thing that made me kind of grind my teeth a little bit, is that 75 hertz refresh rate is sort of a lie. I mean, granted, yes, I do have one of them running at 75 hertz and the other one at 60. But that's because in order for you to run it at 75 hertz, you need to have a direct port cable, and you have to kind of overclock it to do that. And that might cause problems, because if you're overclocking it, there is a chance you might be shortening the life of your monitor, or worse. And it doesn't say that in the advertising. It just says 75 hertz monitor, 1440p. Isn't that great for the price? If you aren't using a direct port cable, you're at 60 hertz. Which, while that won't necessarily bother some people, if you're like one of those hardcore gamers, that's going to piss you off. Hell, even 75 hertz, I know that there's probably some gamer going, 75 ain't enough. It's fine for someone like me who isn't like doing this professionally, but, and I've already seen some a difference in the refresh rate, but it is still rather frustrating that it comes with that caveat and it doesn't say that. I had to do some research to find out about it. But other than that, though, for the price, and for how nice and clear the image is, and plus these are 24-inch monitors, by the way. I forgot to say the size. 24-inch monitor, 1440p, 75 hertz with that caveat. Not bad. So the one on my left, I got at 75 hertz because that's the one that I'm going to be gaming on and stuff. And the one on the right, I just got it on 60 hertz with the HDMI cable, and that's good enough. You know, it's fine. It does what it needs to do. So, if you're interested, look it up on Amazon. It's the company again is Viotech. 106. I think they did raise the price slightly. It's now $161, but $161 for a 24-inch monitor, 1440p. I think that's pretty good. I could be wrong, but I think that's pretty good. So, while I am talking about saving money or getting good stuff, you may have noticed that my earphones are different than the ones I used to use. I've actually been using these for several months now. Do I have the old ones? Let me see. Do I have the old ones up here? I know I have them around somewhere. Yeah, here they are. So, the ones I was using before, which to be honest were nothing spectacular, and I don't even remember the name of the company to be honest with you. Dropping things. I don't want to drop more things. Okay, so Onikuma, I was recommended these by a friend of mine a couple of years back, and they're okay. You know, I almost never use these because I got my own mic set up over there, but the couple of times I've used the mic, it's okay. The sound's alright, nothing spectacular, but for, I think this was $20-something, it was alright. It did the job. It wasn't anything spectacular, but it did the job. But I've always wanted to get my hands on some proper headphones because I also like listening to music, and I'm a bit of an audiophile. I wouldn't call myself a complete audiophile because I don't mind cutting corners every now and then, but I do like my sound to be good. It's one of the major reasons why these days I almost never use MP3s anymore. I just use FLAC. It's one of the reasons why, like, as far as when I'm listening to music with my good old mini disc recorders and players, that's just one of the ones I have. I really care a lot about what earbuds I'm using or what headphones I'm using. But I also understand that, you know, I'm not made of money. So I always have to cut corners here and there. But there was a channel that I recently bumped into. I think it's called Dank Pods or something like that, which it's mostly a channel where the guy talks about iPods and iPod knockoffs. And I don't use iPods, and I'm never planning on using an iPod. However, the channel itself is so freaking hilarious. The way the guy's humor, his delivery, everything about it is so good that I just watch the channel on general principle. It's just entertaining. And he doesn't just talk about iPods or review, you know, MP3 player knockoffs, but he also talks about headphones and headsets and stuff like that. And considering that the guy is a drummer and is also a bit of an audiophile, he every now and then reviews some really good headphones. And he also reviews stuff that won't cost you a lot of money. And that's how I found out about these. These are called Samsons. What was it? Samson. I always forget the number. The Samson SR850s. These things are amazing, and they're only $50. These are open ear headphones. That's, if you don't like open ear, I can understand if some people don't like it because they don't like the sound bleeding out. But the thing is, when you have open air ones, the sound stage opens up so much more. Like, when you're listening to stuff, it sounds like you're listening to stuff. Like, the sound isn't just locked in one area. So when you're playing games, for instance, when you hear a sound to your left, it really sounds like you hear a sound to your left. When you hear something behind you, like, it really opens up the sound stage. So it just makes the sound that much bigger and grander. And $50. And it has just the right amount of bass in it without it being too overly heavy. The trebles are high enough without it piercing your ears. Like, this is probably the best set of headphones that I personally have used. I'll say that's not saying much because it's not like I have a whole bunch of headsets to compare, but I have used a lot over the years. And these blow these away easily. Like, these are so freaking good. I've been recommending them to a couple of people, a couple of friends of mine. If you my heads, if you don't mind spending about like $50 or so for a really good set of headphones, yes, they don't have a mic, but I don't care. I got a mic right over here. You know, like, these are just really good. And to be perfectly honest, I know a lot of people are like, okay, I want a headset with a mic built in. To be perfectly honest, the best you can do, if you're really trying to go for a good mic setup and a good headphone setup, it's actually better to make them separate than to combine them. Because most of the time when you're dealing with a company that's going to give you a combined headset, they're cutting corners somewhere. Either the mic is going to suck, like if it's going to be for an affordable price, mind you. Like, there's some that are going to be going for over $100. And even those, sometimes they'll skimp on the mic. Or it turns out that, you know, they for some idiotic reason, they decided to give you a crappier version that if it didn't have the mic on there, if it didn't have the word gamer attached to it, then it probably would have gone for something like 60 or 50 or $40. They're ripping, the whole gamer merchandise is ripping a lot of people off, to be honest. I've always thought that it's just a whole lot better if you want to go with a mic and headset option. Just get yourself a good headset and then just get yourself a mic. This mic over here cost me $20 freaking. It's a studio-based mic. Granted, I had to then get a power amp for it and all that to hook it up to the computer, so it's a little bit extra work, but it ends up being better than going with, you know, the mic and headphone setup, so you're cutting costs and paying a whole lot of money for them to cut corners. Why would you do that? So, but yeah, if you're in the market for a good headset, these. I definitely recommend these. That also brings me into this, and this is a preview of my Bluetooth video that I want to do. I have a good set of Bluetooth earbuds that I think people are going to like. But I don't want to get into spoiling what this is and why it is, because I want to do a whole video on Bluetooth. Because, spoiler alert, I don't like Bluetooth. I don't. You know, some people would think that, oh, well, you know, you're into technology, you're in IT. Wouldn't you like the latest cutting edge tech? Not all latest cutting edge tech is good. And one of the newer technologies that actually gets on my nerves is Bluetooth, because of how in-freaking consistent it is. For the longest time, in fact, I refused to get any sort of audio equipment on Bluetooth. But it's wireless! Wireless is better than wired! No, it's not. As far as quality is concerned, in the first few years, Bluetooth headsets sucked in terms of audio quality. These days, they're better, but you gotta pay a whole lot of freaking money to get some decent audio quality out of them. And even after that, then you gotta hope that the technology works. I don't like Bluetooth. I'll go a little bit more into why and then the better options and why I finally broke down in getting these, but I really don't like Bluetooth. I'm forced to use Bluetooth. Let's just put it that way. I got these out of necessity. But until I see some major improvements in its consistency and audio quality, I'm sticking with wired when I'm at home, thanks. Just how it is. So, oh, the SR950s, are those worth it? Midas is asking. I've heard they were good. I personally don't know. I haven't used them. Again, when I look for stuff, I look for good stuff, but I also look for stuff that I can afford. These I could afford, and they came well, reviewed and well recommended, so I went for them, and I'm glad I got them. I heard that the 950s are good as well, but I also heard that you're not really losing all that much by going with these. So if you want to save a few bucks, I'd say go for the 850s. But I don't think the 950s are. At least I've heard that the 950s aren't bad. So, oh, and of course, Sadworm, how you doing? Happy New Year. Back to you. Scott is asking, had to limit the 5 gigahertz channels my router operates. Does it create interference? See? Anand's talking about another one of the things that I can't stand about Bluetooth, and you have to deal with the interference with Wi-Fi as well. Now, granted, I don't really have too much of a problem with that because, like, my particular desktop, I run it off of the Ethernet cables. I happen to have a hard and fast rule about home internet. I refuse to go Wi-Fi unless I have no choice. Again, maybe it's the old schooler in me, but with me, when I play games or when I'm online, I want my connections to be consistent. So I don't go on Wi-Fi unless I have no choice. But that being said, I know a lot of people like their wireless routers even for their desktops. And then when you put Bluetooth in the mix, then you got to worry about what band you're on and what frequency you're on and how it's interfering with that. So another reason why, yeah. Okay, so here's where I get into what I was willing to talk about tonight, just to make things kind of fun and goofy and all that. Scott earlier said, speaking of spending money, did I pick up Cyberpunk 2077? Or am I waiting for it to get out of early access? Oh, God. Okay. Yes, I have Cyberpunk 2077. That's why earlier I had asked people, do you guys want my opinion on this? Because I got some things to say. I have the game. Yeah, in Saturn, you're right. Wi-Fi with Tekken 7, horrible time. And if you guys playing Tekken 7 right now on Wi-Fi, shame on you. Get yourself a freaking Ethernet cable. Sounds like somebody's being tortured. Anyway, someone's watching TV. But yeah, I do have 2077. I actually pre-ordered it. This is the very first pre-order. Now, granted, I will say this right now. I normally do not recommend that people pre-order games. And in fact, I rarely pre-order games. The games that I've pre-ordered, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think those are the, besides Cyberpunk. I'm trying to, I was going to say Tekken 7. I think I did pre-order Tekken 7. Yeah, I did. But, oh, what am I playing Cyberpunk on? PC. What I have right now, for those of you who didn't see the video where I was building my computer, I'm running off of a Ryzen 5 processor, the first generation one though, 1600X. I'm working off a Ryzen 5 1600X processor with 32 gigs of RAM and a 1660 Ti video card. Now, what's really frustrating, I guess I should start talking about this. What's really frustrating is that the 1660 Ti, if you go back and look at the recommended settings for Cyberpunk 2077, the 1660 Super is one of the recommended cards. Not the minimum requirement, it's one of the recommended cards for the game. I'm using a 1660 Ti. It's a better card than the Super. And I can't get a consistent 60 frames per second on this game. Explain that to me. Granted, it's not like I'm working with like 24 frames per second and all like that. I'm basically hovering around the 40s and 50s, but it still pisses me off that I can't keep a consistent 60. And I'm working off of a recommended card, or at least a better than recommended card. Now, granted, I'm planning on getting a 2070 sometime later this year, and that should hopefully solve some of the problems. But you know what? I actually, if I'm going to be getting into this now, do I have it? It should be here somewhere. I've recently reorganized my desk because it was an absolute mess. So, forgive me while I look for the things that I've misplaced. But, fucking shit. I actually came up with a list of things that I wanted to talk about with, yeah, here it is. I actually typed up my own outline for the things that I wanted to talk about with this freaking game. 1080p low. Did I reduce the resolution below native? No, I'm actually playing on medium settings. When I set it all on high settings, it wasn't unplayable, but it was unsatisfactory to me. So then I cut most stuff to around medium, except for a few textures here and there. And then I was able to jump it up to around the 50s, but I still can't make it consistent at 60. And I refuse to drop things to low. Not for this game. Maybe it's stupid. And yeah, actually, for performance, you're just going to have to sacrifice something. But this game is supposed to, it's supposed to immerse you, and it's supposed to draw you in. and the city is supposed to dazzle you and the graphics are supposed to look good, why would I then have to drop everything to low to play it? Because they fucked up. I can understand if I was playing something like Crysis back in the old days and I'm like, yo, well, I know this game's a bit too much, but nah. This is something different. This is a game that is not finished and it was not properly optimized. It's their freaking fault. So I have this stupid sense of pride where I'm like, no, I'm not going to play this game on low settings. It's their fault. I'm not saying it's rational thinking. I'm just saying that's what I'm doing. So, I will say this though. I'm still playing the game. It's not like when the game came out, I took one look at it and went, where did my money go? No. I'm enjoying the hell out of the game. It's actually a lot of fun, and I'll get into that later, but we need to talk about the problems first. Like, I feel like a teacher going, Timmy, come here. Come here. Okay, so this report, I mean, you have a lot of promise, but, we need to talk about this. We need to go over these red marks. Like, that's how I feel right now. Like, I'm talking to a gifted student and saying, this is not your level of work. Like, what happened? Did your pet die? Are you having problems at home? Like, that's how I feel. Am I too low? Someone just said make the sound louder. I'm afraid of making it too loud because I already got a lot of background noise and I don't want to put even more of it in. I could try to step closer to the mic if that makes it sound better. Like, is this a little bit better if I make it louder? Like that? You guys let me know. Like, does it sound better? Anyway, this is a very impromptu. I was originally going to make this a straight up video where I talk about 2020, and who knows, I might still do that, but as an early winter solstice present for you guys, we're going to do this live. And then maybe I'll do a proper one later. But oh, and also me talking about the cheap stuff that you can get, that's also a bit of an early present. There was another present that I wanted to do for you guys, but I'm going to wait until tomorrow. And it's going to be martial arts related, and hopefully you guys will like it. So, yeah, let's get into this. The problems with 2077. First, we need to get this out of the way. The bugs. The freaking bugs. Oh boy. The damn bugs. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Now, I will say this. I haven't had the problems that a lot of other people have had. Like, you know, like I've seen some of the bugs other people have had where like they're falling through the floor or suddenly being catapulted into the stratosphere, you know, or like their cars suddenly disappear. I saw one bug that really cracked me up where a car suddenly just got catapulted towards them. That was freaking hilarious. And that was a bug that I actually wouldn't have minded seeing in my game. Like, a guy called his car, and then suddenly it just got flung to him, like catapulted. Those type of catastrophic glitches have not happened to me, but I've had some. And yes, as I said earlier, I play on PC. The ones I've dealt with are random objects floating in the air. Including one time I actually used a quick hack to instantly, it's called system restore. I did a trick which instantly knocked somebody out, and then they suddenly were levitated in midair after they were knocked out. So I've seen bullets floating in midair. I've seen weapons floating in midair. It's sporadic, but it happens every now and then. Sound problems. There was one weird sound problem where you just won't hear anything. It's weird to sometimes, like, you know, step out of a car or see other people, like, get out of their car and slam the doors, and you don't hear the doors slam. I've had heists or certain quests where people, I will see where people will call me for a particular gig, and then I hit, okay, what's the gig? And then they'll just stare at me. And I'm thinking, okay, the game's taking a while to load their speech, and then all of a sudden, my dialogue choices show up. I didn't hear what he said! You know, the sound would cut out from that. Like, what the fuck? That's only really happened once, that particular one, but it happened. Another weird thing, and I don't know if it's a bug or feature, but I keep running into this problem where I have to press my keys more than once to get something to happen. And that's really freaking annoying. Like, I hate it when I walk up to someone and I have to talk to them, and then a dialogue choice hits, and I hit F, and then nothing happens. As I hit it again, and then it happens. Like, this happens often. I'll be riding in my car, and I want to change a radio station, and I hit the button, and nothing happens, and I gotta double tap, and then it happens. Sometimes I'm shooting, I click the thing, nothing happens, I gotta do it again. Like, there's always this weird delay, and it happens sporadically, and I don't know why that's happening, but that's telling me the game's not finished. People have seen this one where you're bald when you wear a hat. This glitch has mostly been fixed ever since patch 1.05, but I still see it loading in with my head bald if I'm wearing a hat every now and then, but then the hat will pop in like half a second later. But before, if you looked in a mirror and you were wearing a hat, you would just skew bald. You were straight out of Shaolin Temple. There was not anything you could do about it. The hacking sound, you know, like when you're, for those of you who've played the game and you're using the quick hacks, and you hear that kind of weird clicking, buzzing sound whenever you're like pinging somebody, like sound, whatever, I can't reproduce it. Sometimes after you do that and then you get out of your quick hack, when you press tab or you press caps lock and then you undo it again to get back to your regular mode, the sound will keep playing. And then you got to go back into your hack screen again just to get rid of the sound. The car stashes weren't working when newly bought. I don't know if they ever fixed this because I haven't been buying cars lately. But one weird problem I've seen with the cars is if you buy a new car, the stash that's supposed to be shared throughout all the cars will not work with the new car. You have to quick travel to another area or something, or get a cutscene to play or something, or pick a different car, then switch back to the car you just bought, and then the stash works. And I'm not talking about the fact like how this, remember all your stashes are supposed to be linked together, so that means the one in your apartment is supposed to link with the ones in your car, and that's not working. I already know about that, and they said they were going to fix it, though they haven't done it yet. But all the cars, the stashes do work, so one stash with one car will transfer over to the next one, so you'll always have access to your stuff as long as you're storing them in your car. And by the way, that should be the only place you should be storing the weapons if you're switching through them. There's really no reason to go to your apartment, which is something that pisses me off about the game, but I'll get into that later. But yeah, if you buy a new car, the stash will not work right away. At least that's the problem I've encountered. If I buy a car, I then have to quick travel somewhere else, then set the car over, and then it works. What other issues? There's the T-posing problem, though this one's been happening a lot less ever since the new patches came in, but every now and then I'll just see people, just like this, like they're pretending to be airplanes. Like, you'll see that everywhere. Really, the game just has not been properly optimized. The code has not been cleaned up. It's obvious this game was rushed out the door because of management, and I dare say the investors. I know that there are investors who are suing CD Projekt Red right now because they're saying this product did not come out the way you said it would, so we're suing you. And I say, fuck the investors, because they would not have rushed this game out in the first place if it wasn't for the investors breathing down their necks. I know this for a fact. That's how companies work. CD Projekt Red originally stated this game's going to come out when it's ready. They broke their promise. And I think a major reason why is because the investors are yelling at them going, Christmas is coming up. How come this game's not out yet? Christmas is coming up. How come this game isn't out yet? You need to hurry up. We need to make our bottom dollar. Our stocks need to go up. I am pretty sure they were breathing down management's necks. Management was too freaking stupid to realize this game's not supposed to be. They tried to hoodwink us saying the game's ready. Game's ready. They pushed the game out. It was crap. And now the investors are suing them. This isn't what you promised. No, you knew what the game was. If you guys would have just sat in your wallets, it's like, look, your stock would have gone up a lot bigger if you just realized the game's not going to be coming out for the holidays. Wait till the middle of next year. But no, I know they were breathing down their necks, making management think they had to rush the game out, and this is what we ended up with. So yeah, I know they're suing them. Screw the investors. They're one of the major reasons why this game is the way it is. I will say this though, to kind of play a little bit of devil's advocate, for at least for the developers anyway, because I don't blame the developers one bit. Remember, they're just as mad as we are. If you remember the meeting that they've had where they were pretty much putting management to task. A lot of people are saying, we waited 8 years for this. This game's been in development for 8 years and this is what we got. Hold the phone. The game was not in development for 8 years. The game was announced 8 years ago, but the game was not developed for 8 years. The game was announced back, like, when? It was, 2012, I think? Because that's 8 years ago. 20, something like that. That's when we first saw the announcement trailer. but the game didn't actually enter pre-production, actually start. They weren't starting to actually plan it out and everything like that and actually start developing until 2016. Look it up if you don't believe me. They didn't actually really start working on the game until 2016. So that means this game has really been in development for 4 years, not 8, as a lot of people keep saying. They got to get their facts straight. Now, that being said, 4 years is still a lot of time for a game like this. But I think it's not enough for a company like this. You got to remember that CD Projekt Red, as much as they've now been catapulted into the so-called AAA status, is still kind of a... I gotta look for the right word here. I was gonna say a fledgling company, but they're not really a fledgling company. More like a not as... they're not... I don't want to say inexperienced either, because they've put out several games already. It's just more... somebody just said non-AAA. I might... You know what? I guess a non-AAA company that's trying to act like a AAA company. They're not an indie company per se, at least, well, when we think indie, we think small company. Big indie. Big indie might be a good example to put for that. Yeah, they hire lots of people. Yes, this game was worth... They spent millions of dollars to develop it. But this is still a company that's still trying to get its bearings. Remember what The Witcher 3 was like when it first came out. People got the brains of goldfish sometimes and how lacking their memory is. Witcher 3 was awesome. Witcher 3 was awesome. Yeah, it's an awesome game, but remember what it was like when it first came out? So, it shouldn't be too surprising that this game is in the condition it's in. It's still disappointing. I'm not letting them off the hook, but I'm asking people to, like, put this into a little bit of perspective here. Like, again, I pre-ordered this game, but when I pre-ordered it, and I was looking forward to it, I was excited, but I wasn't super caught up in the hype because, one, I remember that these are the same people who put out, for all the love that the Witcher games get, they are not perfect games. Go back and play the first Witcher one if you are going to try to argue with me on that one. Hell, go back and play Witcher 3 if you want to argue with me on that one. Yes, that game is awesome, but keep in mind they had to make 2 earlier versions before they could finally make the game that everybody's, kissing the feet of. And those other 2 ones are pretty flawed, and even the third one's a bit flawed, but that's the one where they finally got it right. And then they turned around and said, now we're going to work on this passion project where we're working with first-person shooter mechanics in a huge open world, and we've not done this before. Kind of a bit too much to... They might have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew here. This game clearly needed more time in their hands. And I think it shows. It shows. I can see the potential in this game. And it is a lot of fun. But at the same time, they needed more freaking time to get everything cleaned up. So, anyway, enough about the bugs and the optimization. Let's talk about the other things that annoy me. The immersion. Well, I should say the bad thing. There's good thing. There's some good immersion bits, and I'll get into that later. But I got to talk about the bad immersion stuff, because this is the stuff that pisses me off the most about this game. Where the hell is the stuff that was advertised? Remember all the stuff that we were... people are talking about some stuff that they were promised, like running on walls and things like that. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the stuff like, for instance, having a nightlife. Being able to go out clubbing, hanging with your friends, bringing people back home for one-night stands, waking up with a stranger. That shit does not happen in this game. There is no adult nightlife in this game whatsoever. At least not a really fully fledged one. Where is that stuff? It ain't there. There's no clubbing. There's no... Where are the brain dances? Remember they was making a big deal about the brain dances? Yeah, there's brain dances in the game. Plot-related ones. But not just ones that you can just pick up and experience. That stuff's not in the game. If for those who are interested, like GTA, let's just be... Look, we're adults here. GTA, you got the whole thing where you can pick up streetwalkers anywhere you want to. In this game, in freaking Night City, a city of sin, you want to pick somebody up, you got 2 choices. In one tiny area in this gigantic freaking city. That screams this game wasn't finished. The romance options are completely oversold. They were making such a big freaking deal about the romance options. There was even controversy for some idiotic reason about, well, what about this option? What about this orientation? It doesn't matter. It's completely oversold. it compared to what you can do in freaking Fallout 4, the romance options in here are kind of sad. It depending. Let's just put it this way: depending on your character's orientation, you got one choice, maybe two. I don't want to make spoilers for people who haven't picked up the game yet, but you got really one choice, maybe two. I'm not bullshitting you here. Those are your romance options. Oh, and by the way, unlike in other games where once you've made all the right choices and the person wants to be with you, once you're with them, that's it. And what I mean by that's it, there's no hanging out, there's no going on dates, there's no they're following you as a partner, there's no hanging out with them at night for a little bit of adult fun. No, it's done. You're done. It's it. You fulfilled the quest. Now get on with the rest of the game. That's the stuff that for all the noise and all the crap that they made about the game and the adult decisions and your genital size, it means nothing. The romance options were completely oversold. Completely oversold. There's even another thing about immersion. When I play RPGs, I really get into it sometimes. I want to experience the game. So I'll do things that other gamers think are a waste of time. I'll do things like read the books or check computer screens or hang out at bars or listen to the local gossip, read all the different messages because I want to feel like I'm living in the world. And this game does a really good job of trying to tell you that you really shouldn't bother with any of that. There's no reason to go to your apartment. None. No reason. Now, a lot of games are like that, to be fair, but this game really goes out of its way to tell you, don't go home. You have a stash in your apartment that you can't access outside of it with the cars. Granted, they say it's a bug, but they still haven't fixed it yet. The computer that you have at your house does nothing. You get no important messages. You can't hack the web. You can't use it to interface with the web. Even if you're a net runner, it's just there for decoration. I've only gotten one message that made me go, and when it was like a your rent is late message, which, by the way, nothing comes of that. You get no messages. You'll pick up a lot of friends, and they'll call you, and they'll text you. You'll get no emails, no nothing. Your computer's, it's just a decoration. It's just there. The only reason to go back to your apartment, you can't bring anybody to it. You can't decorate it. You can't, refresh it or do anything. There's no trophies you can build up. Goddamn Payday 2 gives you decoration options for your hideout. There's no reason. This game doesn't really give you any reason to go back. The only reason to go back is if you really, really, really want to roleplay being your character. I want to go home and watch some TV. That's really it. Oh, and I want to pet my cat if you know how to get a cat into your apartment. That's it. That's it. That's all you can do. There's no reason to go back. There's no useful reason, and there's barely even a role-playing reason. The game's not finished. It's clear the game's not finished, because to me, that's way too huge an oversight to make this big deal about the apartments, and then this is what we get. This tells me the game was rushed out the door. It wasn't finished. And then another big part of immersion is customization. This screamed to me that the game wasn't ready to get out the door, because I refuse to believe the developers are this stupid. The game is called Cyberpunk 2077. Let's just put aside the fact that this is based off of a beloved pen and paper RPG, where there's certain things that are known and expected of it. Let's just take up the fact that it's just based in the cyberpunk genre itself. One of the biggest things about the cyberpunk genre is transhumanism, and the fact that you can completely alter and change your body pretty much at will. As long as you got the money, you can do it. And they've made it so much of an everyday thing. It's almost like the fact that, how these days cell phones are ubiquitous. You see it everywhere, no matter what amount of money you have. Everyone's got a TV. Stuff like that. The technology has pretty much gotten that democratized. Cyberware is supposed to be like that in the cyberpunk genre. Technology is supposed to be like that in the cyberpunk genre, where, you know, it's become to the point where just about everybody from all walks of life at least have some form of it, or can have access to some form of it. And people can change just about anything that they want of themselves. Just about every form of cyberpunk media that I have ever consumed has shown this in one way or another. Sometimes it's a central theme of the work, other times it happens to be something that you just notice, but one of the biggest things is how moddable human beings are. So how come in this game we can't do that? Once you've created your character, and I know those of you who've had the game, you already know this, and you were probably gritting your teeth as hard as I was, but once you've created your character, that's it. That's your character. I hope you really like his looks, or her looks, because you can't change shit once you've made your character. No hairstyles, no change of makeup, no changing your eyes, nothing. If you like that, you better like that haircut, because that's what you're stuck with. This actually bit me in the ass. I was role-playing even in the very beginning, when I was like making my character, and the 40-something plus hours, the 40-something plus minutes that I spent creating my character, which is, that's normal for me with a create a character mode. I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the eyes, and I have a tendency to give green eyes to the characters I create, but I also saw these other cybernetic eyes that looked really freaking cool. They were like these glowing white eyes, like the pupils were glowing white, and then the rest of the eyes were black, and I'm like, for the build I was planning on making, I was planning on making this sort of sneaky cyber shinobi type build, like, you know, you've heard of the street samurai and the cyber samurais in cyberpunk genres with the solos. I wanted to make a shinobi variant, so I'm going to be based more on stealth and moving quickly and killing efficiently instead of just simply kicking down the front door, you know, stuff like that. So I'm thinking, those glowing eyes, that's be perfect for a freaking edge runner like the type I'm trying to build. But I'm starting at the bottom. I'm playing as a street kid who didn't start out with a whole lot of money, so I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to pick the green eyes, and then once I build up some notoriety, build up some street cred, level myself up, then it justifies my character being able to buy himself the cooler eyes. And I did this not realizing or knowing that once I've created my character, that was it. There's no changing. So I give him the green eyes, and I go through the game, and then I make my money, and I notice none of the cyberdocs have any options of changing any of your features whatsoever. Yeah, you should have seen the look on my face when that realization hit me. I was just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You can't customize anything. 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 Not even your cars, which they actually advertised that. That was one of the features that they put in one of their freaking gameplay trailers. You can change your car, make it change all these colors and all that. Nope, not in the game. Goddamn GTA, you can do that. In the very beginning of the game, you're some low-life punk, and you can go to any garage with any stolen car and change anything you want. Right? Like the paint job, the engines, the wheels. You can even pick, do you want pearlescent paint? Do you want metallic paint? Do you want matte paint? Do you want this particular rim on your car? Do you want this one? Do you want these type of tires? Do you want some extra armor plating? Do you want this spoiler on your car? You got all these freaking options in that freaking game. They made that game first. These guys developing Cyberpunk, they had these games to look at to see how they can develop theirs, and it's not here. Either they are incredibly dense, or they just weren't ready yet. And I'm leaning toward the latter. They weren't ready yet. I refuse to believe they're that freaking stupid to have no customization whatsoever in a Cyberpunk game. Oh my god. I'm not even going into the clothes. We already know the problem with the clothes. The fact that pretty much because armor ratings are linked to every single last bit of clothing you find, you end up, if you are really going crazy about your armor rating, which by the way, don't worry about it too much. I'm just going to say that right now. I mean, granted, it's more practical to worry about your armor rating, but you don't really need to. At least not at first. Later on, you're going to find really cool bits of clothes with good armor anyway. Don't stress about it too much. But that being said, for those who are trying to play practically, which is most people, you end up looking like you pretty much picked your clothes out of a dumpster, because there's no way you can pick out all the cool stuff and hold on to it for long. How can you? If everything has a certain armor rating, then your favorite pair of jeans or your favorite t-shirt sooner or later is going to be outdated. you're going to instantly pick up that one freaking vest, and now you're running around looking like a homeless uncle wearing a bubble vest, shorts, and a floppy pair of sneakers with a baseball cap on your head in a game where the rule of cool is supposed to be the big thing. You're not supposed to just simply be a dangerous edge runner. You're supposed to look cool doing your edge running stuff. That's the whole point of Cyberpunk. At least that's one of the points of playing in the Cyberpunk RPG. The whole live fast, die young thing, which, by the way, I will say this game kind of pulls that off really well. Like, you do feel that kind of life and the weight it has on characters, like the toll it takes on the people living in this world. You see what it's doing. But yeah, you're supposed to be caught up in this lifestyle, but the whole looking cool aspect, yeah, you can only do that if you're willing to not care about your armor rating. And also, to add insult to injury, then when you do find clothing, you really don't know what it's going to look like on your character until you've already gotten it. So when you're going to clothing stores, you're pretty much taking a risk unless you're going over there and you quick save first, then you buy the item, see if you like it, and if you don't like it, well, screw it. And then you just load up your quick save. This was unfinished. Stuff like this just screams the game wasn't ready to go out yet. Because a lot of this stuff, to be honest, is sort of like last minute stuff. Like, really, you want to make sure the game works first. You want to make sure your core mechanics work first. Then you start worrying about the eye candy. And it's clear that's what was going on here, except for the fact that even the core mechanics still needed some work, but they didn't have time. Oh, God. Then we gotta go into the gameplay. It certainly sounds like I'm trashing this game, right? And the funny thing is I still enjoy it, but we gotta get all this shit out the way. The driving. Do I even need to say more about the driving mechanics in this game? Like, if you've played it, you know what's up. Most things feel like, unless it's a heavy car or a crappy low-level car, most of the vehicles feel like you're driving a bar of soap. They slip and slide everywhere. It's not gotten to... I mean, I've actually gotten used to the driving for the most part. I drive with mouse and keyboard, by the way. I know. I can see that look on your face. I know. Let's put it this way. I don't recommend any game with driving mechanics. I don't recommend using mouse and keyboard at all. I happen to really like racing games. I really like racing games. And like, for instance, like Burnout Paradise City is one of my favorite games, older racing games to play. A really old arcade racing game I loved. Actually, I love the Burnout series, period. Burnout Revenge and Burnout Paradise City are two of my favorite ones. Another race favorite is Ridge Racer R4 on the PlayStation. Fantastic freaking game. I love the mechanics on those. And I will not play those games on mouse and keyboard. I use my good old PS4 controller. This is it. This is pretty much it. And by the way, I don't play this game with a controller. I refuse. But though something tells me this game was made primarily for it, which really frustrates the hell out of me, but whatever. It is what it is. But, yeah, when I play GTA 5, I used to mostly play it with mouse and keyboard just for, the controlling of the gunplay and all that. But whenever I was driving around and flying around, I switched the controller. I was going to do that with this game when I realized how bad the driving controls were. But then when I picked up my controller and started driving, it was just as bad. It didn't really matter. So yeah, I do all my driving with keyboard and mouse now. And I've mostly gotten the hang of it. You gotta pretty much, like, when you're changing directions, you're pretty much hitting your key like this. You do not want to hold on to you just tap. Just tap. That's the only way you could be able to get through without crashing into anything. And if all else fails, stick with a motorcycle. They're pretty much the best vehicles to be able to drive around with without crashing into anything. They seem to have the best handling. The best mix of handling and speed. That being said, there are some mods out there that actually make the driving better. One of them is called, one's called Better Driving Mechanics or Better Driving something. And another one's called Drive It Like You Stole It. I like Drive It Like You Stole It better. That's the mod I'm using now, starting today. But like before, I was just driving without the mods, and I got the hang of it, but it was still a pain in the ass, and it clearly was unfinished. Clearly unfreaking finished. And like I said, also the game just feels like it was made primarily with controller in mind. The fact that you can't, at least without a mod, you can't properly rebind keys, the driving controls and all that. Like, it just things feel like they were just thinking primarily of consoles, which is ironic considering what happens if you play in last-gen consoles with this game. Yeah, I don't get it. And it's considering that this is a first-person shooter, I'm not going to be playing this on anything other than a keyboard and mouse. Why would I want to go to controller? I know a lot of you guys play first-person shooters with keyboards, with a controller, and I don't know how you guys do it. And this is coming from someone who used to do it. I played Halo in the old days. I still remember how amazed I was when I was playing Halo on the controller. I'm like, oh my god, this actually works! The first time the console's got it right, I'm actually able to hit my targets! Granted, they needed auto-aim to do it, but still, it worked. And you want to hear something funny? Many years later, now that I got the Halo Master Chief Collection on my PC, I'm playing it on mouse and keyboard. I picked up the controller. I couldn't do it. I wonder how the hell I was able to do it back then. I can't go back. Keyboard and mouse forever. If I'm playing first-person shooter, this is it. This is it. This is it. I am not going to controller. So it frustrates me that it seems that they were thinking mostly of controllers and not of the PC market, which is I think, quite frankly, when CD Projekt Red's biggest audience is on PC. I could be wrong, but I get the sense that that's where most of their money's coming from.
Well, Witcher played best on a controller, personally, for me.
Okay, well, I got a counter argument there, so I will definitely take his opinion into account. It probably does. Well, you know what? To be fair, when I was messing around with The Witcher, I was using a controller for that too. So, but I will also counter that by saying that The Witcher is a third-person hack-and-slash type of combat system, and this game is a first-person shooter. I'm not playing that with a controller. Sorry. I know the new generation of gamers can do that. I'm not one of them. And then we get into the gunplay itself, which, to be fair, I think it's okay. It's something spectacular. I've played better. Every now and then I go back to playing Destiny 2. The gunplay in that is way better than this. Every now and then, like Payday 2, I still play that freaking dinosaur of a game. And the gunplay in that is way better than this. Insurgency, the gunplay in that, which is a lot more realistic, is also better than this. But I've played worse. Like, this is way better than the stuff that I had to deal with Fallout. Even Fallout 4's gunplay can't hold a candle to this one. I will say, however, that it's still kind of average. It basically works, and when it works, it works. But there's some weird things with this game, namely that there are times, and I got the footage to prove it. There are times when you know you aimed correctly. You know you pulled off that headshot, and they will not get shot. Yeah, the sights are sometimes. Anon just said it best. The sights just seem. I swear, there are times that I do a lot of stealth. I'm sneaking around. I see a target. I aim. The dot is right at their freaking forehead. I fire. Nothing. Nothing. I don't adjust the aim. I press the button again. They get shot. Explain this to me. I know that the accuracy, I know that the damage at the very least is set up to random. I know RNGesus has something to do with how much damage you do, because RPG elements. But there's nothing like that about freaking accuracy or your to hit bonus. There's nothing, as far as I know, there's nothing calculating that. If you're aiming at a target and you press the freaking button, you're supposed to get hit. The dot's right center of the head. I press the button. Nothing. I'm like, what the hell? I make sure the dot is centered. I hit it again. They got shot. Clearly something's wrong. And that happens more often than some people may think, and often enough to get on my damn nerves. It really is annoying when I know because there are times when I know I've missed. There are times I'm like, they're moving constantly, zigging side to side, and I'm like, God damn it. And I know it's on me. I just didn't get, but when they're standing still, and I got the dot right there, and I'm like, okay, yep, what the fuck? Yeah, that happens way too often. They need to tighten that shit up. Oh, they need to tighten that. And this, for my annoyance with that, again, the gunplay mostly works, and I found a couple of favorite guns that I like using, favorite pistols. But the one thing I can't forgive is the melee combat. It's tolerable when you have a weapon. And I said tolerable. It ain't good, but it's tolerable. I call it last donut at breakfast combat. It's like that last donut at breakfast. You don't want it, but you'll take it anyway because it's there. It'll do you. But once you start doing bare-hand combat, they need to fix that shit. It needs to be completely overhauled. It's horrible. It's the only way you, quite frankly, the only way bare-handed melee combat in this game is even remotely tolerable. Like, you can deal with it, like it can kind of work, is when you're using gorilla arms and a high body count, so it only takes you a few punches to take somebody down. If you're constantly nickel and diming, forget about it. Forget about it. You're constantly losing track of your target. Many times when you know you're supposed to hit them, it doesn't hit. And then worse, if you're going up against another mate, like if you're doing any of those freaking boxing side missions, I don't know how many freaking times I'm about to win a match. It happened so many damn times. I was about to win a match, and then suddenly the guy I'm fighting against goes KO10 times 10, rushes me, and I instantly lose my life. That happens every freaking time. I don't like cheating in games. I really don't. Like games like this, I won't turn on, was it Cheat Manager or some shit like that. I don't even know what the hell it's called. I won't open up the console, which they got rid of, and type in unlimited health. No, I feel like playing the game. But the boxing stuff pissed me off so much because of the broken freaking melee combat. I actually ended up cheating. I actually went in, found out where we were going to fight, dropped a stick on the ground, started the fight, picked up the stick, and beat the shit out of him. And since the game doesn't recognize that, oh wait, you're beating him with a weapon, I was able to win. I'll do it again. I have no remorse. I'm proud of it because this freaking melee combat is busted all the hell. If the developers don't want me cheating in boxing matches by me beating the crap out of them with an electronic baton, they need to fix their freaking melee combat. I will not stop I will not stop beating them over the head with an electrified metal stick until they fix that melee combat. Period. I feel justified. God damn. And then we get into the item crafting. Now, I'm not really going to be going into the save glitch that happened with the item crafting for two reasons. One, because they fixed it. And second, to be perfectly honest, the average person playing the game was not going to bump into that 8 megabyte limit, which would cause the glitches. As much as they would, I remember when it first came out, if your game goes over this high, it's going to be corrupted. And people, oh my god! Yeah, the ones who had to deal with that were the ones who were constantly duping items. If you weren't duping items, you'd be fine. Even if you were like making a pure crafting build, as long as you're crafting normally, and this game gives you plenty of opportunities to end up with a freaking Fort Knox level of like weapons and items and whatever, you weren't going to go over that limit. It was when you started really exploiting glitches that became a problem. So, yeah, I'm not really going to gripe too much about that, though I still think it was a stupid glitch, but I'm not going to gripe about it. What I am going to gripe about, however, is how half-assed the whole crafting system is, at least in my opinion. This one I'm going to say is a subjective thing. Some other people I think are happy with the way it works. I'm not happy with the way it works. I don't like the fact that, quite frankly, when it comes to getting better weapons, you pretty much only have two options. Either make a build which is going to be focused on making better weapons, or scavenge. There is no other way. There's really no middle ground. Yes, there is an upgrading system so that if you find a particular item that you really like, you find a gun you really like, and you want to take it with you to high levels, yes, you can find crafting items and you can constantly upgrade and upgrade and upgrade. Here's the problem. You're going to be spending so much freaking money on so many resources and so much money and so much stuff on upgrading that item, it's going to end up being better just to buy a new gun. And worse, you can find a better gun for free. Just play the game. So really, the most efficient way to get you to make sure that the item you have is better is to recraft it. And if you find yourself an epic item or a legendary item, and you didn't make a build that has 20 points in technical ability, good night. You're not taking it with you to level 50. Fuck you. That's pretty much the game. Fuck you. Oh, you didn't go to school for making high-tech items? Well, then fuck you.
Go in the garbage can and find yourself a better gun. That's it. That's your only choice. Or spend 1,000,000 eddies upgrading the one that you found at level 3. Not well thought out. And to be quite, if I'm going to be frank, I haven't beaten the game yet, but I've put over 100 hours into it. Because I'm going through everything. I've been doing every side quest. I've been exploring every nook and cranny. I've been immersing myself into the world. Because again, I do actually like the game for the most part. And I can tell you, you really don't need to upgrade. I mean, yeah, when you find a legendary iconic item, it sounds amazing, doesn't it? Legendary, iconic. So you think that's supposed to be the best version of the weapon or armor you found. It ain't. It's tied to whatever level you were at when you found it. So, let's say you were at level 5 and you found this really good shotgun and it's a legendary iconic. It's going to be, the damage level it's at is going to be at the level suited for your current character level. So if you're at level 5, then it's a great weapon for level 5. Then later on when you're level 20, that freaking shotgun is sitting in your garage or in a locker somewhere. You never touched it again unless you were willing to level up your freaking technical ability so you can constantly recraft it and make it better. The legendary iconic status meant next to nothing. And worse, you can find legendary items later that will just completely surpass it. There's really no point in holding on to them except for trophies. That's it. It was not well thought out. At all. Why should you care about a legendary iconic weapon when you can find a common one that does 5 times the damage? Why did they tie it to character level when you find it? That's the other thing that frustrates me. When you find the item and pick it up, it's tied to your character level. You know what that means? It de-incentivizes exploration in an open world game. When you explore, you want to find new stuff, you want to meet new people, and you want to find new cool loot. Well, now the game has pretty much told you, don't explore early. But it's early in the game that us explorers want to see every last bit and nook and cranny, right? Isn't this one of the things that we happen to praise about the first Dark Souls game? The fact that even at a 0 level, you can pretty much go almost anywhere in the game, even if it was dangerous. Well, now we got an open world game. Yes, it does lock you off in the beginning for a plot reason, but once you get out the tutorial area of the game opens up, right? And now you got all this area to explore, and all this huge city, and even the Badlands beyond, where you can find cool stuff. And you can really find some really cool weapons and armor and pants and hats and whatever. But if you're exploring at around level 10, then whatever you found is going to be a level 10. So that's pretty much it. If the thing you found, if you want it to be really good, you might want to wait until you're around level 45 or so. Who thought this was a good system? This was clearly half-assed. Obviously, somebody... You mean to tell me nobody was playing this game and said to themselves, that might be a problem? No one thought that? Or what they were thinking of, well, it doesn't really matter because even if they find it earlier, the technical level, they'll be able to make it higher crafting. No, they won't, because if they decide to make themselves purely a combat build, they're not going to have the technical points to make a better version of that weapon. So they're fucked. You know what would have alleviated this? They could have just done one little thing, just one little addition. Just one little fucking thing would have fixed this whole mess. You know what it is? Have the weapon shop guys be able to upgrade the weapons for a fee. Like so many other freaking RPGs do. Have somebody there who can upgrade it for you. They'll charge you a price, a fair one hopefully, and now you're able to upgrade your stuff like the technical guy. And then the guy who's able to craft their own weapons, now their advantage isn't just that, I'm the only one who can make myself good weapons. That's a little bit too much of an advantage over other builds. It should be more like I can do it, but I'll spend less money and resources doing so. Hell, if you want to, you can even limit it so that the weapon shop owners or gun crafters or whatever, or crafts people in clothing stores, they can only build it up to epic. Not if you want to lock off legendary ones to just the player. Okay, fine. I might be willing to accept that. But at least have an NPC version of somebody who can upgrade them for you, rather than you having to spend God knows how much freaking money trying to do it yourself. To the point where it becomes just impractical to do so. This was not well thought out. And any team worth their salt, any QA testing team worth their salt would have spotted this. These guys clearly didn't have enough time to think the system out. Oh my god. I ranted about this way too long, so let's at least go into the things that I do like. Let's go into the stuff that keeps me coming back to playing this game. One is the story itself. It's really freaking good. It's really well written for a video game. I do like... I love the way the characters develop. I love not just how the main story is developing, but also even the side stories are interesting. And sometimes they're straight up gut-wrenching. There's certain things that you'll find in the side stories that's having you go, holy shit, that is fucked up. Like, there's some really good, well-written stuff. Like, the type of stuff that they were known for in The Witcher really comes out here. You will find yourself having to make some really difficult decisions. And sometimes, even if you thought you made the best decision, you may find out later on it might not have been. I've made decisions that I later on found out got certain people killed, and I wasn't trying for that to happen, but it happened. I'm like, oh, shit. I love that about this game. And I love the fact that sometimes you won't realize what the consequences are until later, which is going to stop people from, save scumming. It's all right, if it's bad, I'll just quickly reload. Now, it's going to be way later when you've already done a whole lot of other stuff, and you're not going to want to reload back to that one particular spot. So you got to live with that. I love that about this game. I like the fact that so many of the people you bump into, even a lot of almost throwaway characters, they all got their own agendas. They all got their own backstories. Again, sorry for the background noise. There's a lot, the NPCs that you bump into who are going to stick with you, whether it's a romance one or a certain fixer you're constantly dealing with or other runners or whatever, they got their own personalities, they got their own stuff going on, and depending on whether or not they're supposed to stick with your story or not, you can keep on finding out. And they're so interesting that I do want to find out what's going on with them. Okay, let's put it this way. If a game is getting me to literally call up a digitally created character to find out how well they're doing, you're doing something right. Like, I'm literally like, I wonder how this person... they were going through a rough patch. Let me hit the T button and find out. You've manipulated me that well, you must be doing something right. Now, if only they gave them more lines to say when I call them so they're not repeating the same freaking crap over and over, I wouldn't be ripped out of that bit of immersion. But I still have to commend them for making me want to do that in the first place. It really feels like, again, with the decisions and the story stuff that you do, everything feels like there's some real stakes to it. The main plot definitely has some real stakes to it. But even the side plots, you feel like the things you're doing either have some major impact on the people who are contacting you, and sometimes even in the main world itself. There was one story that, again, I'm not trying to give spoilers, but there was one simple side quest that I thought was nothing, and it turned out that I'm like, whoa, like the implications of the information that I found out from that side quest set up a possible war that may be happening later on down the line. I'm like, what the, really, what? Like, this is the type of stuff you expect to pop up in the main plot. No, this was a side story. I was like, shit. I love that about this game. And it's stuff that you could easily miss if you're not doing them. And then that goes into the immersion, and for as much as they did that kind of screwed up the immersion, they also did things that still suck me in. Night City, for instance. It might be a spoiler saying this, but I don't think it's too much of a spoiler, because I when I said this to some other people, they looked at me like some friends of mine at work who were also playing this game. When I told them this, they looked at me like I was nuts. So I guess it's not too much of a spoiler. It's going to take them a while to understand it. But Night City itself is the ultimate antagonist of this game. The city itself. I like the fact that you can see the effects that this city has on all its inhabitants, including you, the player. Not just your character, you, the player. I don't want to go too much into it because I want you guys to figure it out for yourselves. Like, some of you might already be slowly nodding your heads. Oh, you're right. This city, one of the main things, as somebody who remembered the old RPG and remembered the way the old RPG went, the city itself is supposed to be your ultimate end. It's supposed to be the main thing that's going to be your undoing. That's why, remember, when you first go to the bar, and this is not much of a spoiler because this was in the damn trailer, they said that the best way to be well known in Night City is to die spectacularly so you can have a drink named after you. That's pretty much like, no one really lives long and well. Like, this is not a place that Spock wants to live in. You're not going to live long and prosper in Night City. And unless you're willing to corrupt yourself in some way or fashion. And that's the thing. This is that whole, become a hero or, live long enough to become a villain. Die a hero, live long enough to become a villain. And sometimes you're just going to die the villain anyway. This city has so many ways of making that a reality. Just the things that go on in it. And they've done a damn good job of selling that. Even down to the things that you might catch yourself doing as you play this game. I love that they pulled that off. I really do love that they pulled that off. Like, you will find yourself, you may find yourself doing something, and then later on as you drive off, why the fuck did I do that? To give you if you find yourself doing things just because, well, this is going to give you the most money in the end, the city got you. I mean, you could also say that's a gamer thing. Well, true, that is just a gamer thing, but there'll also be certain things like, well, I could do this or I could do that, and the fixture is going to give me this much more, and then I'm going to get more street cred and do that. The city got you. Just saying. If you find yourself agreeing with somebody who's a straight up sleazeball, the city got you. I don't want to go further into it because the game does this overtly and also subtly. Like, they'll have characters straight up say the city is bad, and then they'll have things that just happen that if you're paying attention, you go, this city's fucked up. Like, it will get to you. Like, if you're paying attention, you will notice how well done it is. It is the ultimate antagonist. Okay, it's not yes, there are other villains that you're going to be straight up dealing with, but ultimately, it's the city that you're dealing with, and they did a very good job of making it as menacing and as insidious as it's supposed to be. I already talked about how the people, they all feel like they have their own existence. They're all doing their own thing. I will say that, yes, I do agree that many of the stranger NPCs around you, many of them you catch them doing the same animation, so that it kind of rips you out the immersion. Then you catch the people T-posing or glitching through walls or disappearing. So yeah, that rips it out. But when it works, it works. When there aren't glitches happening, or when you see certain random events happening that actually just happen out of the blue, then yeah, it really does feel like the city doesn't give a damn whether you live or die. The people around you don't really care. Like, you don't know how many times I'll be walking somewhere and I'll hear an argument and then the shots start ringing out. And it's not the same argument over and over again. I literally one time just walked and somebody bumped into somebody else and they're like, what's your problem? What's your fucking problem? And the guy, they literally pull guns on each other and bop, 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 bop. I'm like, what the hell? The guy shot the other dude, just stood over him like, yeah, what? And then just walked away. And I was like, what the fuck? It wasn't a side quest. It wasn't the beginning to another story. It's just something that just happened, just right off to the side. I've seen gang wars erupt. I've seen, accidents and all of a sudden, people yelling and screaming. Stuff just happens in the city that makes it feel a lot more alive. And, again, when it works, it works. When the NPCs aren't suddenly glitching or every single last one of them suddenly crouching because you let off a shot. Again, when it works, it really works. I really do like, that, they tried. You can tell that there was passion put into it. You could tell that the developers, the ones who wanted to make this game, who actually grew up playing the pen and paper RPG, they really loved that pen and paper RPG. They were really trying to bring it to life. You can see it in things like this. You can see it in the advertisements, the commercials, the way people walk around, the fact that random violence pops up at any time, the type of side quests you get. You can see that they were trying their best to kind of bring the game they had in their heads and the experience they had playing the pen and paper RPG. They were trying to bring that to life. The passion's there. The execution still needs work. But again, when it works, it works. I do like how street cred actually feels like it does something. I've heard some other people complaining that street cred doesn't mean anything. I disagree. Because, obviously more side quests open up the higher street cred. But I also notice that people react to you differently as your street cred goes up. I haven't been able to test this yet, but I know at least of one side quest when I gave my name, the guy went, "Oh, it's him. Oh, we gotta watch out for him." And I wonder if he would have had the same reaction if my street cred was lower. I mean, granted, it could also be that I wouldn't have even gotten that quest to begin with unless my street cred I got up that high, which have. Okay, then I guess it doesn't really matter that much, but it still reflects the fact that you're becoming more well known. It's putting you into the whole thing of your deeds are becoming more spread about. People are recognizing you for who you are, and that does help to suck you into the world. At least to me, it's not just simply a number. Even if it's just scripted, it's still something that revolves around what you're doing. So that to me does matter for something. This does also make me touch on the life paths, which a lot of people have complained about. Believe it or not, this is the one thing that I really don't have a beef with. You'd think I would. So many people are upset about the whole life path thing. Because they were thinking that, depending on what I picked, I'd have a completely different story and it'd bring me down a completely different path. When they never said, as far as I remember, they never really said it would. I distinctly remember them asking questions when people were asking them, so what's the life path going to do? And them saying, yeah, you're going to start off in a different location, but all the life paths merge into the same point in the story. And then the story from that point on is going to continue on the same way. They said this months in advance before the game came out. And if you've played the pen and paper RPG, you already knew that. I think the problem is the fact that they use the word life path. The word life path kind of puts into your head of, well, this is where I started and this is where I'm going. It's your path in life. It's your destiny. So you're thinking if you pick a different life path, you're going to have a different story. The word itself kind of gives that connotation, when they really should have just called it what it is, background. Which, if you've played the old RPG, this is nothing new. This was built into the game. When you rolled up a character, you didn't just roll up stats and then draw a goofy looking version of yourself on your character sheet. You actually had to roll your background. How did your character grow up? What was their upbringing like? Who were their parents? Who were the people they hung out with? Did they have any lovers? How did their relationships go? Do they have a hated person? Do they have a beloved person? Like, you actually had to build up the background of your character, because this is the person who you were going to play as, and the choices and the decisions you were going to be making weren't just based on your everyday, moment to moment decisions during the RPG, but also based on your character's background, because you were actually role playing. These days, a lot of people rolling dice aren't really role-playing. They're just playing a game. They roll up their stats, and they go in there, and they go, I hit this guy for 50 damage. They're not really role-playing their character. They're not really thinking about what motivates their character to get out of the bed and go into the dungeon. Actual role-playing means you're getting into the head of your character, and you're thinking, what motivates them? Why are they doing what they're doing? Why are they walking into that dungeon? Why did this ranger decide to pick spiders as his hated monster to kill? This should be reasons if you're role-playing. The background aspect of the old RPGs was supposed to be giving you stuff to work with, so that when you played your character, you were playing your character. You weren't just playing a piece on the board to move over and then roll dice to do damage. The life path thing is an artifact of that. It's supposed to be, okay, this is where your character started from. So this is what is basically building their outlook in life. This is going to help dictate their perspective. And this is why you end up with life path specific dialogue choices, because it's supposed to reflect the type of person they are. And if you are actually one of those crazy nuts like me that will actually role play as you're playing the game, then even the decisions that you will make, you should try to do it with your character's perspective in mind. So, as somebody raising up into the streets, when you're then faced with a certain decision during a certain gig, what would you do? thinking about, well, this is how I grew up, or, well, this character anyway, this is what they went through, this is their perspective. I mean, of course, I'm not saying that, well, make a decision that you don't want to make, but it's more of, you'll think a little bit more about why the character is making that decision. This is role-playing. I know very few people do that, especially people playing video games, but that's why that was there, which is why it doesn't bother me that, oh, the life path, I didn't get a completely different story, because when they said that it wasn't going to make a completely different story, and two, it really is just your background to give you an idea of the type of character you're playing. It's a very nerdy thing in an already nerdy genre that a lot of newer nerds don't get. So, yeah, that's why I'm not going to be complaining about that. I think it's fine as it is. I will say I kind of wish there were a few more dialogue choices, or maybe even certain things that you can do in gigs, depending on that. But, you know, instead of just simply being purely ability-based, like, oh, can I open this door if I have enough technical? Maybe there's like certain people you can talk to, depending on your life path, that might make a certain heist or a certain gig easier to do. But, you know, it's neither here or there at this point. But that's something I would have liked to have seen push a little bit further. Again, the gameplay, like I said, the gunplay it's not horrible, but it's good. It's good enough to keep me interested. I do like the fact that depending on how you want to play, you can pretty much play this game how you want. You want to be a tank that constantly just kicks down the front door? You don't put much thought into it? Like, just plan B all the time. You could do that. You want to be like me, where you're constantly sneaking around, but then when the going gets rough, like I'm basically making like this sort of pistol netrunner sneaky type build. My first approach is always trying to find an alternative route in any building. I'm always trying to sneak my way through. I'm always trying to talk my way through. But I've also made my builds so that if things go, if things go to hell, people are like, oh, fuck this dude, we're gonna fight. Then my character can throw down. My pistol damage is insane. Like, I've gotten pretty efficient at clearing rooms with this character if I have to. Both with, some of the quick hacks I have and, the way I've set up my pistol stuff, my pistol skills. I've given myself a couple of blade skills as well because I like running around with a sword. Surprising, right? But yeah, if you want to make that, if you just simply want to be a dude running around with gorilla arms and smashing people in the forehead as your main choice, as one of my housemates has played that way, and it's hilarious seeing you play, you could do that. You want to be a complete pacifist where you're not killing anybody, you could do that. Like, I like how open-ended things are in this game. Even like how you approach gigs and stuff, like, for the most part, are also very open-ended. There are many times when we'll be doing the same gig, and I'll say, oh, I did this, that, and this, and the guy, I didn't even know you could do that. Like, I love the fact that this game has so many instances where that comes up. Like, I didn't know that you could go there, or I didn't think you could hack that, or I didn't think you could, like... Okay, for those of you guys who have played this game, how many of you stealthed your way through the last half of the heist? After everything goes to hell. Again, I don't want to give spoilers, but for those of you who've played the heist, you know which one I'm talking about. The one where everything goes wrong and then the main plot really starts. How many of you stealthed your way from the top of the building down to the bottom? I did. I'm not lying. I actually stealthed my way all the way through. I think I might have footage of it too. I mean, granted, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who did, but I did. I stealthed it all the way from the top, all the way down. All the way down. There were a lot of people choked out and a lot of other people I snuck right past. But yeah, I did it. And the person I was playing with was like, how the hell did you do that? There's a couple of points in the building where it's almost impossible. Like, you really need to, do some quick last-minute stuff to make it work. I still remember this one time where the place, the elevator you need to get at, the guard is literally sitting in it, facing right out. Getting his attention to move in a different direction, that was a pain in the ass, but I was able to pull it off. There is some, a few squeakers along the way, but I was able to pull it off, and I like the fact that you can do that. You have choices. Basically, the game, well, I was about to say it's only limited by your imagination. It's also limited by bugs and half-finished mechanics. But as far as your approach to solving problems, it's pretty much your imagination. You can find a way to make certain alternatives work, and I love that about this game. And then, of course, the graphics. The graphics are gorgeous when they work. When the game's not glitching, and if you're not playing a slideshow, the game is gorgeous. Again, I could tell this was a passion project for a lot of these people. It really shows. But man, this game needs some optimization. Boy, does it need some optimization. Again, everything looks cool. The cars look cool. The clothing looks cool. I love the way the weather changes and all that. The city's gorgeous in day and night. Everything. So many times I find myself constantly doing the photo option because I just look over in the distance. Oh, that looks cool. Let me hit end. Oh, that looks cool. I need to take a screenshot. This game has so many moments like that. And if they just optimize this fucking game, it'll be even better. A whole lot better. So, yeah, ultimately, let's put it this way. For all the talking I was doing, I'd rather be playing it. And I'm almost tempted to play a little bit of it in front of you guys just to show you how I'm going through the game before I kill the live stream. I really do like playing the game, but it's not finished. They needed at least, at the very, very, very least, 6 months. And even those 6 months, 6 months where nothing goes wrong. Really, CD Projekt Red? What they... honestly, look, I get it. 2020 was a screwed up year. Everybody got caught off guard. Nobody was planning for that. No one. I would have perfectly understood if they came out with another one of those little yellow screens of theirs and said, look, COVID kicked us in the ass. It beat us up like we owed it money. We cannot deliver this game this year. Most of the manpower is at home. Things have slowed to a crawl. We're trying our best to get back on our feet, but we just cannot deliver this year. I am sorry. Can you wait until the middle of next year? It's COVID. It messed up the way our whole development process got completely screwed over. We have to redraw up our plans. It'll come out earliest next spring, hopefully. I think we would have understood. Yes, there would have been some griping, but we would have let it go because they're like, well, it is COVID. And at least they're trying to make sure the game is better. Because they didn't do that, their stock is now in the toilet. Their reputation is ruined. You got people making hilarious memes against them left and right. They've become the laughing stock. Remember, this was supposed to be the company that cared about gamers. That image is gone. It doesn't take much to destroy. As an old friend of mine used to say years ago, it is never too late to fuck up. It is never too late. Don't ever think, no matter how old you get, no matter what achievements you do in life, no matter what heights you reach, it is never too late to fuck up. And CD Projekt Red learned that lesson the hard way. They have a whole lot to do to clean up their image, which quite frankly will never be regained 100%. Never. They might get it to 90% if they're lucky. I think the best that they can hope for is if they go this No Man's Sky route. If they go like, because No Man's Sky, remember when that game first came out? Oh man, you guys remember when that game first came out? Saying laughing stock is an understatement. And what did those guys do? They pretty much went incommunicado for months. And people were even like, you know, they put out a turd, and then they're not even saying anything about it. What they were doing was like, we done fucked up. We better not say nothing, but just work on the game. Let our actions speak for themselves. And then they ended up the game. The No Man's Sky that came out at launch is a completely different machine to what we now have. They're like two completely different games. And the second one is a whole lot better. It's one that I actually looked at and went, I might need to pick this game up now. I'm seriously considering playing it. But they had to go, that took a lot. They pretty much revamped it. They just reworked that game from the ground up. I'm thinking that might be what CD Projekt Red might need to do. I don't know necessarily about completely rebuild it, but there's a lot of stuff that needs to be reworked. Item crafting and all that, reworked. Romances, oh my god, it definitely needs to be reworked. Driving physics, reworked. Customization, forget rework, that needs to just be put in. There's a lot that needs to be done. I think they need to go the No Man's Sky route. No, they have to go that route. And that's going to be taking at least another year. At least another year, if even that. That this is going to take a hell of a lot of work. Now, considering that the rumors are there that they're trying to go the GTA 5 route with this, and remember, they sold 13 million copies already, so they at least have a decent install base. If this is true and they kind of get back on their feet with the first couple of DLCs and patches, it's possible. And then that might keep their heads in the game, and then they're able to transform it and kind of build it up and turn it into a live service. Who knows what the hell they're going to do with this. But they got a lot of work to do. A lot. And they really need to completely recompensate. This ultimately should put the whole crunch thing to bed. This game should put the crunch thing to bed. Because think of it this way. They put these guys, they rushed this game out when it should not have come out in the condition it is in. Even the developers knew it shouldn't have come out like this. And they were saying it shouldn't have come out, but they pushed it out anyway. They put these guys through crunch time. Now consider that the crunch time these guys had was an extra 8 hours a week. It isn't like the crunch time that Ubisoft or EA or some other dirtbag company had put people through where they're like working 80-hour freaking work weeks and shit. They gave them an extra 8 hours and they paid them extra overtime for it, but before anybody goes, that's nothing, it's still crunch. Shut up. I'm saying this as somebody who works 11-hour days. It takes a toll from you. And one of the things about crunch, that you cannot overwork somebody and expect good work from them. It's impossible. You can only get so much good work out of people. After a while, they need to rest. This whole thing of, I just gotta be focused, more energy drinks, all that. I've always said that this is the symptoms of a society that, quite frankly, still believes in slavery. The fact that people are like, oh, you feeling tired? Drink this 5-hour energy. Instead of, you feeling tired? You should rest a while. Says a lot about the society that we're living today, which, interestingly enough, is kind of the warning that this very game is trying to tell us about. That human beings are seen more as a commodity and not as a means to an end. I mean, people are seen as commodities and means to an end. People's lives are not ends to themselves. They're not seen as human life itself should be precious, and therefore everything that we're doing, everything from the way we educate people to the way we consume things to the products we make, should all be toward the end of improving human life and seeing human life as precious. That is not how we're running our societies. Our societies instead are that human lives, especially certain human lives, are only valuable as commodities. And you only have worth if you're able to produce something of monetary value. That's it. That's it. Look at even how parents look at how their kids, like, I want my kid to grow up to be successful. That's just another way of saying I want my kid to be able to make a lot of money. Or I want my kid to be marketable enough so that somebody else is able to use them to make them a whole lot of money. Their own individual health is not worth it unless it's only being used to prop up somebody in the higher end. I know that's a hard thing for a lot of people to swallow, but that's the life you're living. Your life in the society that you're living right now is worth nothing if you're not able to produce for someone else. And this is why Monster energy drinks are so common. Your rest means nothing, because as long as you're resting, you're not making money for someone. You're not producing for someone. You're not prostituting yourself for someone. But that sort of thinking doesn't produce good results. Overworking people, pushing them to the point past their rest limits, pushing them past the point where they can produce good things is not going to produce good things, no matter how many of them you put to the wheel. And despite the fact that CD Projekt Red, their crunch time compared to other people's was a lot gentler, it still produced what we got now. This should put the crunch argument to bed, if anyone is paying attention. They didn't been pushed as many hours. It wasn't as bad as, say, Ubisoft and EA, and we still got an unfinished, rushed out, unpolished game. Crunch doesn't work. It does not work. This is the old... Well, we've already had ultimate proofs of it, but this should put that argument to bed. At this point, anybody out there going, well, sometimes that's just the culture. Sometimes you have to put in extra. They're shills. Period. They're not worth listening to. So, yeah, I would like to see the game further polished. I'm being generous when I say 6 months. It really needs like another year, because I think there's mechanics that need to be put back in. There's things that need to be completely fixed. It needs to be properly optimized. Don't tell me that my particular video card is a recommended card and I can't get it at 60 frames per second consistently. Don't tell me that. That's fighting words. Don't do that to me. They need to increase character immersion. They need to give us a reason to actually have apartments. I know people are complaining, you're supposed to be able to buy new apartments. What do I care about buying new apartments if the one that I have right now isn't even worth going into? I want to buy more stuff that isn't worth going back into? No, give me a reason to go into the apartment, then I'll think about upgrading it. Come on now. Give us reason, give us options, give us a nightlife, give us a day life, give us games to play, bars with darts and stuff, playing pool, picking somebody up and bringing them home. We have supposed to be romance options. Pick up your romance option, bring them home, or go to their apartment. Do something. Build up the immersion. Put that in there. Tighten up the gunplay. Don't make me miss when the dot was right in their forehead before I pulled the trigger. There's no reason for that. Give us real customization. I should not have to ask for customization in a Cyberpunk game. Fix the item system. I've given them an easy fix. There's no chance they're going to see my video. But if you guys know somebody who is a lot more influential in the video game world than I am, so that CD Projekt Red would listen to them, pass this one along. Easy fucking fix for the item system. Give us NPCs that can upgrade the items for you for a fee. You don't even need to create new characters. We already have some. They're the gun sellers. Let the gun sellers be able to upgrade our weapons for a fee so that we don't have to waste so many freaking eddies and so many damn resources trying to build up a legendary iconic item that we found at level 3 to make it viable at level 47. And if we didn't level up our technical abilities to do it ourselves, give us another option. This NPC can do it for a fee. Make it not too high, but definitely not too low to make it so that, there's no point in putting technical ability then. You gotta balance that out. Easy fix. And do the same thing with the clothing people. You found a pair of pants you really like, and you don't want to then have to pick up a pair of shorts because the shorts happen to have better armor. Bring it over there. Have them upgraded for you for a fee. Easy freaking fix. It only going to take a few lines of code. Fix the damn bugs. I think that goes without saying. Fix the freaking AI. Cops should not suddenly teleport behind you. This isn't Star Trek. Everyone just simply cowering around. That animation should not be the only one. Yes, have some people cower. Have some people frozen in fear. Have some people pointing. Have some people taking pictures. This is Night City. Hell, you want to make the city realistic? Have some of the people who think that things went apeshit, have them start shooting back. This is Night City. We've literally seen commercials where they're saying everyone should carry a gun. The cops are saying you shouldn't leave your apartment without a gun. Wouldn't it be awesome if when you happen to be dealing with a gang, you start shooting, and also the people around you, if they think they're getting shot, they pull their guns out? And now you got a moral dilemma? Do you have an idea? That would be freaking cool. Oh, man. Or, the enemies freezing, the T-poses, all that type of crazy stuff. They need to fix that shit. They really need to fix that shit. So, it's now midnight. I've talked my head off about this game. I really do like this game. I really do. I see the potential. I can't wait to get to the ending I'm going to get. I've done as best as I could to keep spoilers from happening, so I don't know exactly what happens, but I do know that, let's just put it this way. I don't want to necessarily... I'm trying to get an ending where the people I care about, I'm not going to push them away, so I hope I'm making the right decisions for that. I'll find out when I get to the end. And then, I'm planning on playing at least 2 more times. I'm going to go with a corporate build, and I'm going to go with a nomad build. Right now I'm playing as a street kid. I knew I was going to do that right away. Because to me, the street kid path makes the most sense if you really... Well, it doesn't really matter one way or another. But Cyberpunk, Night City, everything that happens, the stuff is happening in the city. And the dirt and the grime and the corruption and all that stuff affects the street kid the most directly. And that's one of the main reasons why I'm playing Street Kid first. And so far, I think I made a damn good choice. But I'm going to go Nomad next. And then I'm going to go Corporal last. The Nomad, I'm going to make him as a straight-up solo samurai type build. So he's going to be running around with assault rifles, shotguns, and katanas. And I might give him gorilla arms. I don't know. And then the Corporal build, pure net runner. I really like net running in this game. Quite frankly, you can go pure net runner, not even fire a shot. And if you build yourself up right, you can take out an entire building. You could. You're really good. The things that I've been doing, I think one of my favorite net hacks besides system reset is the one where you can get somebody to detonate a grenade in their hands. That one is hilarious. Like, you wait for a bunch of people to kind of, like, you wait for somebody to, like, stand into a group of guys, and then you set off for them to have the grenade blow up in their hand. The first time I did that, I was cracking up. So, have I tried smart guns? Yeah, smart gun is insane. I've been messing around with smart guns for a while, and in fact, I do have my character set up to use smart pistols. And they can be a lot of fun, but to be perfectly honest, I'm finding myself using smart weapons less and less. I like using the tech weapons more. Like the Tekken power weapons, I'm just finding those to be a lot more fun to use. Like, I'll pull out, if things are starting to get overwhelming, then I'll just pull out the smart guns and just start spraying and praying. And I know most of my prayers are going to be answered because they're smart weapons. But usually when I'm methodically going through, I'm just like using either power weapons or tech weapons. And especially like if I'm at long distance and I'm just using, you know, the Overwatch sniper rifle, then I'm just blasting through buildings, just shooting through walls. Bang, he's gone. Bang, he's gone. He's gone. So, if you guys are willing, because I know some of you are still around, I can boot the game up and mess around for a little bit just so you can see what I'm doing before I end it. And then tomorrow night, I'll do the stream proper, and then if you want, I can still keep playing that game, or we can finally... How many of you people have Tekken? Do any of you guys have Tekken now? It's been on sale for a couple of freaking times, and Season 4 is out, and Season 4 is awesome. And not only that, they fixed the net code. I've been playing... There's a dude right in this chat right now in freaking Singapore who I've been playing against, and the net... The freaking net connection actually is pretty good. It's no longer a freaking slideshow. We've had real matches. Please tell me at least 4 or 5 of you guys got Tekken so we can set up a freaking tournament tomorrow or something. Please? Please. If not, then I'll settle for Soul Calibur. Or Street Fighter even. Just... Oh my god. I've been dying to have you guys playing Tekken with me for, what, how many years now? And that game doesn't have bugs. And plays at a steady 60 frames per second. And doesn't have people T-posing all over the place. It doesn't have an involving plot. In fact, the story mode for Tekken 7 is absolutely ridiculous. But... You know, yeah. Oh, man. Anyway, if you guys don't mind, I will boot up Cyberpunk and show you guys what I'm doing. I was actually thinking when I was first setting up the live stream of actually going through a major story one, because I'm pretty much just at the end of Act 2. I only have one major story thing to do before it pushes me to Act 3, I'm pretty sure. But, let's see here. I'm going to boot up the game. And this is what I love about having dual screens. Now I can boot up the game and still see what you guys are doing right over here. I'm a night owl, Scott. Don't worry about me and sleeping. I'm probably going to be going to bed at 3, 4 o'clock anyway. I work nights. I've always, like, it's just, it's a lifestyle thing, I guess. I've always been a night owl. Like, even when I was in high school, it was hard for me to go to bed until around 1 o'clock at night or so. Now, and for those of you guys who have Tekken and you're worried that, well, I'm not going to be good at it, I'm one of those people that when I play people, if I see that you're not that great at it, I will do my best to show you how to play, or at least tell you, like, if I know something of your character, I'll be like, okay, you want to rely on these moves, or you want to work on this setup. And I'll even tell you, oh, you could have got me there, or the next time you do that, you actually have me here, or I just messed up there. I'm trying to give you cues so that you understand how to play the game. I'm not somebody who just wants to curb stomp people all the time, unless I personally don't like you. And then I'm usually not trying to play with you anyway. So, oh, and by the way, this whole thing, and for those of you who came in wondering what the hell this is in the background besides my little window, I was showing everyone earlier that I am working on the sword review. It's pretty much done. Like, everything you see in the bottom here, I don't know if you can see my mouse moving around. This is the review. This is it. All the talking parts have all pretty much been edited. I now have to take these parts here, which is the cutting footage, and splice them in. And there's a couple of last minute things that I just realized I needed to splice in because I forgot to put a little bit of information on a couple of the swords. But this is pretty much it here. This is it. And I'm hoping that I'll have this up finally by tomorrow. For those of you who are on Patreon, I know that normally I give you guys a day head start before everyone else, but because this review is late, I might put it up at the same time for everyone to see, and I'll find a way to make it up to you guys. I might maybe give you another bonus or something. I mean, unless you guys who aren't on Patreon think that you don't mind waiting an extra day. Just let me know, I guess. But I'm trying to make up for the fact that I'm really high on what I want to do. Alright, you guys are saying that I need to be louder. I have my mic jacked up all the way. I don't know what else I can do. Alright, hold on. I'm going to do a mic boost, but I'm warning you that if I do the mic boost, you might not like how I sound. I'm just warning you. Oh, man. I just blasted the video game music into my ears. Sorry. Are you guys hearing the game music? And the game music is... Oh, so you were here. I did not hear the game music until just now. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Hold on while I lower the game music. I am so sorry. Let me go into the sound settings. And I'm going to lower the master volume to about 50. Okay. Does that work? Is that a lot better now? I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize, because when I turned on the game music didn't turn on. I didn't hear the game at all. I was just hearing myself. And that's because I had my sound settings set up so that I could only hear... Alright, so you can only hear me right now. Alright, the game was loud before. Now it's only just me. I lowered the sound volume to 50. Oops, something else I need to do. Hold on while I change. I'm doing everything in real time right now. Please forgive me. Alright, so I have my game set up for Tekken, because I'm constantly streaming Tekken for friends of mine. And now I'm gonna, nope, wrong thing. And then go back to the video capture, the window capture I'm going to turn off. And then I'm going to take my video capture over here, and I'm going to put myself down in the center. And then I'm going to shrink myself. Hopefully that's not too small for you guys. Like that. I think that looks good enough, right? I hope. Let me move this over here to my second screen so that I can keep an eye on it. But I got to put it here so I can actually see your chat. Okay, alright, the music turned off about a minute ago. If the music is stayed up, I'd rather have the music off than my voice off. So, but right now I have the music kind of low. And then the game crashed. It's probably because I constantly kept moving stuff around. Let me wait for the thing to start up again. This is actually the second time this game has crashed on me, though I'm not really blaming the game because I was doing all this mucking about with the sound. So, and meanwhile, I'm going to check the game to make sure that the desktop audio I think I have off as well. So that could be the reason why you weren't really hearing anything. So I'm going to jack up the desktop audio a bit, and the video game capture device. That's video capture. Alright, so that should be fine. I'm going to start the game up again, and hopefully it will actually boot up the way it's supposed to. We will see. So far, I'm not seeing anything on the screen. Oh, no, there we go. I didn't put in the mod yet, which would allow me to skip all this. Cyberpunk of the game to crash, yeah. Yeah, I am giving you the full experience, so you'll probably see me crashing in the cars and cursing at the glitches and screaming that what the fuck, how come I'm not at 60 frames per second, and all that other good stuff. So, and you can let me know if you hear the music or not. If you don't hear the music, that's honestly, I'm not going to care that much. Simply because I'd rather you hear me than, or at least I don't want the music to overpower me, so. Dr. Paradox cracks me the fuck up. Seriously, like, I'm hoping to hear more from this guy. I don't hear enough from him.
Okay, so we've definitely buffed
Stakes.
broken the spikes. The first
Towers. It's pretty, but they're wrong. God, this guy cracks me the fuck up. Okay, so I just finished a major side quest here. That's why I got all these cops in front of me. I think I'm going to move my window up to the top left-hand corner. Would you guys prefer that I'm at the top left-hand corner? And you guys are saying you're hearing no game sound still. I need to figure out what's causing that. Okay, let's try to fix that. What's going on with you? Okay, so we got that. Match title. The sound is on. Allow that. Hook rate. I don't know what's going on. I might need to go back into the game again? Or something? Alright, the video capture, the sound is on. The mic is on. The desktop audio is for some strange reason strangely silent. And I think I know why. Uh-huh. You bastards. Now you should be able to hear everything, I hope. Like, do you... have I played around with the resolution scaling and all that? Yeah, I have kind of messed with that stuff. I mean, if you want, we can look at the settings that I have. And it crashed again. God damn, every time I tab out, it crashes. I'm not liking this. Oh, God. This is not what I need. Okay, I'm going to switch to this and see. And the sound is still off. Why is my desktop audio not freaking working?
She's skipping to as if we had been doing it.
I don't need this shit in my life. Okay, let's look at the audio. Desktop audio, Realtek audio, that. Desktop audio 2, disabled. What the fuck? You shouldn't be disabled. Why are you disabled? Okay, speakers too, and this is what allowed me to hear everything, so, yeah, that, mic there, mic that, apply. Okay. I'm gonna start the game all over again. The weird thing is I can hear the game, but I'm noticing OBS is acting weird. It seems to be locking out my desktop audio. It's not working at all, and I'm not too sure why that is. I don't know if I locked it. I didn't lock it. Advanced audio properties. God fucking damn it. No, I don't want this on mono. Everything's on. Oh, there we go. Now the second desktop audio just kicked up. So now you should be hearing the game. And it crashed again. I need to freaking stop with the tabbing out and tabbing in, even though I kind of need to do that. Alright, one more freaking time. I should call it and I try again later, but this is actually my first time dealing with this. This game doesn't seem to like streaming. I wonder if it's because, I mean, I did put in a mod earlier, but I took that mod out. And I don't know if that mod did some lasting freaking damage. That might be what's going on, to be honest with you. Okay, so bam. Bam, there we go. And I was going to tab out, but every time I tab out, it causes problems, so... I got it in full screen. Usually it's supposed to be fine on full screen. I don't want to put this on Windows, like... Though I might need to. I wonder if I should put this on, windowed borderless. we'll leave it alone for now. By the way, this is pretty much how I have my graphics set up. As you can see, most of them's on medium. I got a few things on high, though I think I should put this on medium. Decals. Detail. I want my level of detail high. I'm sorry, I just do. Anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna leave this as is. I'm gonna continue. Hopefully the game won't freaking crash. If it does crash one more goddamn time, then to hell with Cyberpunk. I'll just probably play something else. Actually, yeah, you know, I probably should have stuck on Windows borderless, but I just prefer full screen. Okay, so as you can see, I'm right now just at around 49, 50 frames per second. I got shadow play
All
on.
witnesses questioned and victims are en route.
Nothing comes close.
Have Ramirez
Anyway,
debrief for trouble.
I will show you my character. So that's the dude that I have. Mostly working with pistols. Right now, I am working with this one particular Epic New. I look at two things when I go for damage, by the way. Yeah, if you're wondering what my GPU is, it's a GTX 1660 Ti. So, for the most part, and which was a recommended card, but yet I can't get this running at 60 frames per second. What the fuck? Anyway. Yeah, no RTX is also an option, but I'm not running an RTX card, so there's no, I don't have any of the RTX, you know, ray tracing stuff on. I am planning on getting a 2070 at some point down the line, a couple of months from now, so that should hopefully take care of this. But every other game I have runs above 60, so whatever. Anyway, back in the game. Running with this, and as you can see, it's 370. This is my level. I got 50 street cred, 42. I'm level 42, and I'm still in Act 2 because I've been doing a lot of side quest stuff. This particular gun, I like using it mostly because it's doing 149 to 183 damage per shot. I know most people look at DPS, but sometimes you don't want to look at DPS. Sometimes you want to see how much per shot, especially because sometimes, yeah, you'll see a really high DPS, but then you need to look at its attacks per second, and then you realize you're really doing like 41 per shot. And when you're doing stealth stuff like I like to do, or when you want to drop people quickly, sometimes it's not about the DPS. Sometimes it's more about the per shot damage. So I've been looking at that more, especially with this secondary pistol I have here, which is purely for stealth. This one I'm doing 263 to 322 damage per shot, and that's not counting the bonuses that I get from using stealth. I got a silencer on this sucker. I got, you know, I put a sight on there so I can, you know, use it better. Oh yeah, I forgot about. Don't worry, I'm not gonna be running around doing nude stuff, and you're not gonna be seeing my character naked, so don't worry about that. I don't want YouTube to suddenly kick down my front door and send the SWAT team in. So, and I got this one particular katana. I was originally using the black unicorn, and I was constantly upgrading it. But then I found this, and that's when I'm like, okay, what the hell is the point of constantly upgrading when I could just find a weapon that does a hell of a lot more damage? So, yeah, this is a legendary that, you know, the one that I found, but I'm not using it anymore. I'm not using that. Of course, I got my good old fedora, got my sunglasses. I needed to find, this is the only long coat I found so far in the game that looks cool. I don't know what it is about this game where the freaking long coats look like crap. They either are white, or they got splashes of purple and white, or they got polka dots. Like, what is it that they have against freaking trench coats? Just give me a decent freaking trench coat. Anyway, let's see. I was going to switch back to these pants. These are the ones that I've been mostly wearing. And then recently I switched to those just for shits and giggles. And also because, well, it is 84 armor. So I guess I'll be running around with that for a while. But most of the time I either run around in these or these. And these in particular I really like just because they're Netrunner pants. I just wish they were a slightly different color. They're not purely black. They got splashes of green and blue in there. So, yeah. Yeah, and I know that's not really a fedora. It's a freaking trilby. But it's the closest thing to a fedora that the game has. So leave me alone. Now, you're probably going to be looking at my character build and going, what the hell are you doing? Because you see that I got 30 freaking perk points that I haven't put anywhere. And there's a reason for that, and it's because of one of the weird quirks I sometimes have when I'm given tons of choices. I'm trying to figure out which choices are useless and which ones aren't. I'm mostly focusing on these two ability scores and then putting some of that, and these are going to be staying at 9. Though I now regret having these at 9. I really should have kept these at 8 or 7. Because I wanted this to be at around 15 or 16, and now it's going to be stuck at 14 because I put these two at 9. and I wanted these to be at 20. I might sacrifice cool and make that at 18 and put this at a higher one. It depends. But yeah, now we got all our perks. I put like nothing in assault because I'm mostly using pistols. Here's where I've been putting most of my points. And ultimately I want to put points in good, the bad, and the ugly, and in brain power. So obviously this is going to be at 20. I put a few in blades because I was using the katanas, but I'm going to stop now because I'm thinking that the points that I've been putting here, quite frankly, could have been put elsewhere. If later on I'm able to put extra points in these, I will. But yeah, I'm mostly going to be focusing on handguns because that's mostly what I use. Cool. You can see I'm just going crazy with the stealth. By the way, this one over here, never pick that up. It's useless. Absolutely freaking useless. Also, this here, I regret picking this one up. It's fucking useless. Half the time it doesn't work right, and then even when when I do make it work, I didn't really even need to do it. I could have just snuck behind them and then choked them out, or just blasted them from the back of the head with a freaking, pistol shot. There's no reason to get Hidden Dragon. It's a waste of a point. Don't bother with this because all you're doing is throwing knives away, literally. It's not worth it. But the ones I did get here are pretty good. Cold Blood, I've been putting a lot of stuff in there, and I'm going to be leveling these out. I still don't know whether or not I want to go full 20 and get Merciless. I'm still thinking about it. And Intelligence, as you can see, I focused more on the basic skills. I'm not trying to make this a pure Netrunner build, but I wanted to get the good core stuff from Netrunner. Quick hacking, I then went kind of crazy with that because I love hacking in this game. So it's going to be really rough for me to go through my second playthrough where I'm mostly just going to be playing, a knucklehead. He's just going to be pure samurai, shotgunning builds with blades and very, very, very basic net running, if even that. That's going to be hard. I can't imagine playing this game without hacking something. But yeah, I got all those perk points that I could be putting in the stuff, but I want to make sure I finalize where I want to put those points. For now, I'm actually still doing all right.
Gathering evidence till morning.
Shut up, cop. All right, so let's see what we got. Let's see some stuff that we can play around with. We got a side job over here, so let's head on over there. Leave me alone, pigs! And that's right, I got driven over here, so I do not have... And as you can see, I didn't show off my cyberware. Might as well show off that. I haven't fully chromed out yet. So, yeah, I got my EX disc just to improve my Cyberdex maximum RAM. I'm planning on putting some extra stuff here later. Got my circulatory system. Haven't figured out anything for our immune system yet. Got this Krinzagov, and I'm hoping to find a better one later. I'm not too sure what else to put here. I've been trying to find some extra stuff besides the subdermal armor, but because my body is only at 9, most of the really good stuff, you need to be at a higher body. So I think this is pretty much going to be the only damn thing I'm going to have. Sooner or later, I'll give myself bones if my body can handle it. I gave myself this particular tattoo simply so I can use the smart weapons, but I'm not using smart weapons as much as I thought. Nothing in arms yet. I'm still trying to decide whether I want to go with Mantis Blades or whether I want to go with monowires. I know Mantis Blades are cool, I just don't like the way they look. I know. Superficial, dumbass reason, but I just don't like the way they look. And then, of course, I went for the reinforced tendons because I'd rather have a double jump than just a really big charging jump. And now, oops, I meant to hold on. So it's going to show up. Ah, my favorite bike. I had to get this. I mean, for God's sakes, it's an Angler version of the freaking Akira bike. How could I not get this? As soon as I had the Eddies, I went for it. Though if you're interested in what vehicles I do have, of course I got that because of a quest. Found that in a cave somewhere. You can actually get this car for free. It's the fastest car in the game. Bought that before I found it. I accidentally bought this. I wish I didn't, but it's there, so whatever. I guess I could use it off-road. That one I got after doing a quest. That one's the one you start with. This I got after seeing us going through a sad part of the game. That you already see. This I bought, and it's one of the best cars in the game, actually. It's only 62,000 eddies. You're probably going, only? It's not hard to make money in this game. It really isn't. And I actually think it handles better than the Caliburn. It's not as fast, but it's still pretty damn fast, and it ultimately handles better. And then I got this simply because I just wanted a big, beefy-looking Cadillac-like car. That I got because of a quest, and it's one of the main ones I drive around in. because it's the hero car. But my favorite vehicle is this one. So I don't like the song, but screw it. The only reason why I'm on the station is because this happens to be the station that Mike, the guy who actually made Cyberpunk, he actually is the radio DJ and the system really things every now and then. But to be perfectly honest, what do you want?
Hello, V.
Jefferson?
Listen, I need your help again.
Oh, Jesus Christ, what do you need?
Private.
Sure. Okay. What's it about?
This might be important.
Not on the hollow. Come by. I'll lay it out. Explain everything.
You know what? I'll see
Got
you
your
soon.
back, Jefferson. Not
I'll
to worry.
tell you I'm seeing you soon.
Great. We'll see you here then. Remember where?
Of course. Be there in no time.
So I'm gonna do what I normally do. I'm gonna tell them that I'll see them soon, and then I'll wait 2-3 days of game time before I actually talk to them because I got other stuff to do. You gotta love video games for that. Oh, the radio's drowning me out? Alright. I will, for one thing, I was gonna switch to a different radio anyway. Pacific Dreams. And then I'm going to lower the volume even more, I guess. So we'll go into sound, and I'll cut this down to about 40%. That should work, right? That way the music's not too loud.
Let's dive straight into today's big story, folks. Arasaka has announced the sale of its one
Gotta love the handbrake. Like I said, I'm doing this with keyboard and mouse, but I've mostly gotten a handle of the driving controls. Most. That doesn't mean that I like the driving controls. It's like me saying I've mostly figured out how to handle a greased pig. It's not an ideal thing to do. It's just that I'm able to do it. I gotta pay attention to the roads. Right now I'm not seeing what you guys are saying. You can't drive and text. That's my assault. Whoops. And I hit the wrong damn button. I'm kind of playing this at an odd angle. I'm normally got my hands a lot closer to the desk. I really should get more comfortable in my seat. I hate the GPS. Turns just come out a lot. They're way too quick for you to easily respond to when you're looking at it. I gotta say though, I just love how varied the scenery is in this game. Like first you're surrounded by these huge freaking skyscrapers and all these roads and stuff, and then all of a sudden you're out here, you know, with the windmills generating power. Hello? What are you doing? This way, stupid. Damn, this is like... I didn't realize how freaking far away this was. Now that I'm thinking about it, since I was driving on a dirt road, I really should have used a Scorpion instead. Okay. I'm hoping this is a mission where I can actually do what I'm good at, which is stealthing and giving people a hard time in life. Because there's some of these where you pretty much have no choice but to just kick down the front door. Which I can do that, but it's not my ideal way to play. I'm getting a lot of freaking windows over there. My Discord is going nuts. Is the music still too loud, or is it just right? Regina, what do you want?
Hey, Rathens are hunting someone in the Badlands. The word psycho's been mentioned.
Cyberpsycho.
Check it out. If it is a cyber psycho, don't kill him.
Don't kill them,
At least
I
try
know.
not to. I have people who can get him into experimental therapy.
You've told
and
me this
therapy
already.
doesn't work on the dead. Send me the
Therapy doesn't
details.
work on the dead. She amuses me. She's actually one of my favorite fixers in the game. Partially because she actually cares. Shebag, he might have military training. Witnesses claim they saw a silent old man wandering the Badlands, leaving a trail of bodies behind him. That's probably going to be the United States in about 2-3 years. Okay, so since we're dealing with the cyber psycho and I'm not supposed to kill him, I'm going to switch to my I'll call it my pacifist gun. I've modded this thing to actually, you know, do non-lethal damage. It's not my most damaging, but... Okay, so we got a body over here and a cool car that, even though I can steal it, it won't be mine, so I'm not going to bother. A sniper round. Oh, shit. Fuck. I better stay out of sight then. Okay, so we got blood, footprints, sniper round. Watch my head suddenly get blown apart like an overripe cantaloupe. Fresh tracks from a pickup truck. More footy prints. See, look at, there's no place to hide, and I gotta deal with a sniper? Yeah, the turns I was doing was simply because that's the best way I can do the turns. I have to use the E-brake and just simply slide my way through. If I try to turn, the turns are going to be too wide. The driving controls in this game are not that great. Copyright-free music option. Yeah, it's best with this game to do the copyright-free stuff. Oh, boy. What's over here? I'm sorry that everything is staying green, but I'm trying to scan everything, and I'm hoping this will give me some clue as to when I get close to the guy who's going to try to put a bullet in my dome from 100 meters away. At least there's a rock here, hopefully.
Who would have thought?
Shit, shit, shit! He's all the way over there? Are you fucking serious? You know what? Screw this. I'm gonna cheat. Oh, are you serious?
Oh, fuck.
Come on, come on. I'm trying to get it. Gotcha! Damn! He didn't go down yet? Oh, there we go. I'm telling you, hacking is the best freaking way to play this game. Just system reset and all your problems are solved. It takes a while to recharge it, but it was only one dude. Oh boy. I didn't even, you know what, to be perfectly honest, now that I got system reset, I don't need a non-lethal gun anymore. Just find out where they are, do system reset, wait for them to drop. Wait a minute. I know this trailer. Or at least I've heard of it. Isn't there supposed to be like a hidden bunker in here? Or is that a different trailer? Like, I heard that there was some type of hidden... It could be a different trailer. I mean, a lot of trailers look the same. It's locked. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything around it. And I'm hoping there isn't a second freaking gunman somewhere in the grassy knoll. That might be too high to do a double jump on. Yeah, it's too high. Oh shit. I should have checked. Yeah, it's a military dude. I should have checked for mines. Disarm. I got lucky there. I really did. I could have easily just walked right into that and boom, game over. So that's fine. You disarm. Seriously, I almost want to say that it makes no sense not putting giving yourself some net running skills, no matter what your build is. But I also realize that certain cyberware, if you're trying to make yourself a highly reflexive build where you can dodge or you berserk, then you're not going to be able to hack anyway. So it just becomes a moot point. But oh shit, I'm an idiot. I saw the laser too freaking late. I saw the laser, and just before it registered in my mind, hey, idiot, that's a laser. Boom, I walked into it and died. And why the hell didn't occur to me that, well, if he's mining the ground, of course he would mine the ladder. Well, I did say I was going to entertain you guys, so Hopefully you guys got a laugh out of that one. Because that was fucking funny. If I was watching somebody else do that, I would be laughing my ass off. Alright, so. I'm gonna run forwards. Put the gun away because there's no point. Actually, I need to eat myself a Mars bar or something because my life is low. And there's no point using a freaking medical doc. I got so much junk here, it's ridiculous. Eat the wontons. Why is the music still playing? He's down. This is what I mean by freaking glitches. Alright. And it looks like he just dropped right there. Disarm. I love the music's all actiony and shit, and yet he's already down. Alright, well, lesson learned. Check the ladder before climbing it. That's not the button. There we go. Disarm. Hey, see, there's another laser right there. Shit. Can I access it from here? Damn, I'm not too sure if I can get it from down here. I'm gonna have to hope that I can, that it doesn't trip when I get there, because the laser's right there. Alright, good. Disarm. You know, those of you who are playing builds that are not Netrunner builds, how would you deal with this? Because I can't think of how to go through this without being able to disarm them with, you know, the NetHack stuff. If you don't have a cyber deck, like, would you just have to, like, hope your technical ability triggers or something? Or would you have to shoot the mine? Like, how would you guys end up approaching that? I'm really curious. Okay, so... Huh. So, I might just break that one down. Oh, overburdened. I forgot to put shit in my trunk. And he's got another one. And that, I'll take that. And I've seen the light. And it burns! Many of my old brothers in arms wander this life aimlessly, living hand to mouth while their souls slowly disintegrate with apathy. That's why I'm writing this, to provide reassurance. And a bullet to the back of your head. Your purpose is right in front of you. You just haven't perceived it yet. Today I went through a difficult test, but I came out alive, and now my life makes sense again. What the hell is this? It was as easy as aiming and pulling the trigger. A quick recon. Payment and effervescent light filled my vision, and before me appeared the guardian of the border to the living and the dead. You too will be put to the test and be given a second chance. So basically, oh, the lower guards. So wait a second. Is he a voodoo boy then? I didn't scan him fully. He has no affiliation, but he said Loa. It would be interesting if he actually was like a former voodoo boy or something who believed that the gods finally spoke to him and told him, your mission in life is to kill! From several yards away. I don't know. Threw grenades to clear the mines. That's not a bad idea. Lob a grenade up there, set up a sympathetic. Okay. That makes sense. Mentioned the VDBs in the shard. Yeah, the voodoo boy. Not the VDBs. Huh. Interesting. Well, I need to clear out crap in my pack because I'm now running around like I got a lead foot. I forgot to put this shit in my trunk. Some of this stuff I'm straight up breaking down. Some of it I'm selling. I really don't need this. I mean, I was holding on to it just for the hell of it because I was tired of only having a non-lethal version. I'm really wondering if it's worth it. It might not be worth it. And then I got this one over here. I don't need two of these. We got that one over there that's only fit. Yeah, I don't need two of these, so this can be broken down for parts. I actually don't really spend. I know a lot of people, they just sell the guns for extra money, but as you can see over here, I'm not hurting for eddies, so I'm not really like I need to sell every gun. I just break them down for parts for upgrading. It's probably a dumb thing to do, but that's what I do. And I was just adding that to my collection. I like having one of every gun. It's just It's a thing. It's an OCD thing. I don't know. It's just a thing. It's like, I got one of everything. I got a collection. So, I just need to cut down some crap. What the hell am I doing with this? I don't need this shit. You can go away now. And I'll probably open up some space for me. Ugly ass red sneakers. I got a lot of shit that just does not need to be here. Really doesn't. Now, I'm holding on to this. Why? For old time's sake? I don't even wear these glasses. Darker speed, whatever. These are broken. Why the hell am I holding on to that? The only reason why I got this, by the way, is because it makes me laugh. The mission where you get this, I knew it was gonna be something stupid. So when I finally got it, I'm like, oh my fucking god. That's the only reason why I'm still holding on to that one. Fairy Frost. Again, I don't know why I'm holding on to these, considering that I hate these coats. Just need to do one more friggin' thing. Old net running. What am I doing with... Really? Goodbye. So long. There. Now I can run around. Better give Regina a call. I'm surprised her name didn't instantly pop up. Regina. I got another new lunatic over here named Zion World. Had some burnt out military grade combat implants. Plucked his victims from the Raffin Shiv so that lower gods would open up his passage to the sacred realm. Not sure if he prayed too hard or if those cinch circuits messed with his head, but something went seriously wrong. Dropping off the radar only times. Got urinating in the city hall. Doing odd jobs. Of course, Pacifica. So, yeah. Interesting. So, Cyber Psycho taken down. You know what would have been really funny if I dropped down after all of that and there was another mine that I forgot to disarm? That would have been a nice surprise. So, this poor bastard. Actually, he's got some stuff I can break down. And these, by the way, makes for some really good sniper rifles. It's just that you can't put a silencer on them, so I don't bother with them. I will take that, and I will take that, because I'm interested to hear what they have to say. I do read these! I told you, I can really get into, like, RPGs, because I want to get into the world and see what it's like. So I do actually read these freaking things. Or fucking rip my fucking arm off. Oh my god. Psycho say some shit about the lower these sacrifices to get into the sacred place. So these guys are trying to put him down, and it didn't end very well for them. So, I don't use shotguns, so there's no point in me picking that up. I'll pick up your money, though. You don't need that. Yes, I will steal from the dead. They ain't using it. I'm picking that up simply so I can break it down. That is the only reason. Just for the parts. I am not wearing it. And now I don't know where the hell it went. There it is. It's an epic. It will disappear. Goodbye. And now my feet are not being crushed by gravity anymore. Yeah, you're probably right. So let me disable the sound. I don't even know if copyrighted music was playing, but it probably was. So let's go into settings and let's go into sound, which I'm already in. Disable the copyrighted music. Yay! Okay. Because we're playing a cyberpunk game where corporations are evil and we need to do what we can in real life to keep from being fucked over by the corporations. Yay! Life is just weird. You know what? Since my bike seems to have freaking disappeared, I'll take this. let's see what else is on the map. I'm not gonna be playing this for too much longer. I just wanted to like, okay, let's see what's over here. I'm curious. This one, right? Just to see how this car handles. So far, it feels weighty. It's already feeling better than a lot of the other cars. Damn turn came up on me real quick. Huh, this is a nice one. I wonder if one like this is on sale. I'm guessing it is. Well, shit. I kind of fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up big time.
So, as much as I need you for this new gig, I know you need the adrenaline hit even more.
Okay.
There is a car sitting in the middle of a minefield out in the Badlands. I need you to grab it for me. The chances of you exploding aren't zero, but let's face it, isn't life one big minefield anyway? Details are in the attachment.
I love how much you care so much about my welfare. Okay, so that wasn't her with minefields from 2071. Oh, just like a third world country. So there's several folk were disliked by these disarmed mines. Most decided to steer clear of these areas. That is, except for the smuggling types, a number of their routes went through the fields. Riskiest. Dry. Get me the stranded vehicle. I know some nomads who play handsomely for that GPS data. Okay. So try not to explode. I'm gonna switch my guns. I really just need to pull up one of my guns so I can get this shit back in the trunk. I'm gonna pick you. And then I am going to do what I normally do. Weaken these bastards first. Then I'm going to... Where the hell do you think you're going? I need to ping you so I can see everyone else. Okay, so we got a bastard over there, we got a bastard over there. And there's probably mines all over the fucking place. And actually, you know what? Oh, I can't turn them friendly, can I? So we'll short circuit them instead. And I'm going to be very... Yeah, look at this shit! Oh my god, I get the feeling this game is trying to kill me. I'm just getting, you know, this... Just got this got this hunch that the game does not really want me to go through unharmed. Creeping along. That's the car. But I'd rather disarm that first. You're not fooling me. I saw you flying. Yeah, short circuit is pretty much the main thing you should be using when you're dealing with any sort of robotic creatures. Not creatures, but robotic things. Drones, whatevers. Alright, he's right over there. Goodbye. Huh. He somehow was able to take that jolt. Man. This isn't doing as much damage as I thought. That should weaken him. What the? He's just shrugging it off like it's just a flesh wound. There we go. Actually, let me go back to this one because I want to see if it has any... No, it doesn't have any good parts. But even the common ones I can use, which aren't even popping up. Thank you, glitchy game. Let's keep on going. The thing is, I can't just simply disarm, you know, the mines in my path, but also around it, you know, because when I'm driving this freaking thing, I don't want to accidentally hit a mine near it that I didn't see. So... Who is you? Ah! You shuffled up this roll coil.
Fuck.
Another gonk who thought fate smiled on him.
He's probably
Fate at the most
smiling
he
himself
smokes at
before he
us.
OD'd on Maelstrom's shipment.
It's what you get for sampling Maelstrom.
Since last time I last. It's always their last run, isn't it? Just one more run, baby, and I won't die. You're gonna die. You'll take a bullet. It took more than a bullet. Through minefields, I know the way by heart. Yeah, he knows the way by heart. Okay.
Supply.
Maybe he should have
Strongest
learned it
shit
by
out
brain instead.
Nothing else that could fire up their burnt-out synapses. Poor bastard. His output's probably out in Albuquerque, waiting, unaware little Jiro's brain turned to jelly.
Looks more like his guts got turned to jelly, but whatever. Alright, I'm gonna walk around here just to make sure that there's no other mines I didn't see. Okay, so that one. So I'm assuming. Oh, see, disarm. I'm assuming if I go out that way and I'm careful, I won't get blown up. I am not entirely sure. Okay, get in. And let us hope that I don't accidentally set off a motherfucking mine. Shit, get out the car. Get out the car. Never take anything to chance. Okay, so I know I'm gonna have to go this way. And that's a lot of freaking mines. Look at this shit. Disarming that. Got anything for me? Hmm? Yes, no, no, yes. Forget you then. Let's see. He's okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Why am I'm so used to stealthing around that I'm crouching for no reason. Get rid of that. Okay. I think we might be good. That would be my luck, right? Like, we're good. Blam. Alright. This is actually one of the stations I listen to. Whoa, shit!
V, we got company.
Oh, shit! Are you serious? Okay, how am I supposed to get rid of the pursuers when I don't even have any weapons on this thing? I'm trying to see if I can, like, scan them and do something. You know, screw it. Get out the car. Get out the car! Get out the car, you bastard! Besides, they're blowing it up. Open fire! Yep. Drink. More huff.
Kill or be killed.
I'd rather you guys got killed. Just gonna go straight up with that. I'm not even gonna bother to do a breach protocol. And you can have a system reset. So you're gone. You know, I should have just waited for the freaking system reset to work. Because I was just gonna wait for that to happen and I was just gonna do that afterwards. Because I don't appreciate people coming at me and shooting at me. But whatever. It was funny. That's what matters. Huh. Impact-resistant tactical glasses those are rare, but I think the ones I'm wearing are legendary. Yeah, but those are 45. These are 51. But I can level those up to 50. You know what I mean? Like, it's... I'll grab it for the parts. They don't weigh that much anyway. So... I see you're on fire, but you know what? They didn't say that they wanted this to be in mint condition, so hopefully I'll still get my pay. Alright.
Mall administration has announced plans to
Please don't be the mines over here.
They've offered a 50% discount at participating
I'm from
stores.
New York. We run over people in general principle.
Stay tuned to N54 News for developments on the story.
Jesus Christ. Again, I swear, these things drive like they're bars of soap. So now I got a 2.3 kilometer. Whoa! Almost ran you dumbasses over. You might get out of the road. Oh, it's a police assault too. Look, I'll kill you people later, but I got a delivery to do. Don't worry, I'll be back. Can I change the radio station? I don't need the screaming. I'm sorry. I just don't need the freaking screaming. And of course it goes right over there. This is why these turns come up real quick before I can react. Alright, you know what? The music is really annoying me at this point, and I'm just thinking maybe I should just turn the damn radio off. I mean, this particular track is not bad, but it's just the freaking sounds that just get on my damn nerves. Whatever. Okay, so I'm about 1 kilometer away. Out the way! I'm driving garbage on wheels. Get out the way! You know, you'd think I'd be a bit concerned about a part of my car on fire and it's not going out. I think it'd go out by now. Alright, right here. I tried. Alright, so I can turn this way. You guys might want to move. Several tons of steel doesn't really care what's in the way. Alright. They can fix it. It's not my problem.
Well, well. These are the results I like to see. Until next time, brother. Gate closed.
Okay. So, yeah, I haven't really been able to show my actual playing style because I haven't really been able to sneak around much. I mean, the first thing I did, somebody tried to blow my head off from several yards away. And then the next one, it was a minefield. And these crime ones, it's pretty much you roll up, you shoot and kill them. Like, there's no real sneaking around. I don't know what else to show you. I mean, so I'm partial to the second last station on the list. What is the second last station on the list? I kind of forgot what it was. Yeah, you know what? If I play this game further, it might be tomorrow when I have some better side quests to do, or I might just simply do the last act, the last story of the second to last act. Because this is what I'm up to. I got Play It Safe left. I've done all the other ones. And as you can see, I've been leveling up so much that now this is at very low. It's not that I've been trying to, it's not like I've been trying to over-level on purpose. It's more that I just like doing all the side missions. I don't want to rush through the game. So I'm constantly exploring around and driving around and doing all this cool stuff. Yeah, you'll see me tomorrow, GN. So, I mean, GN, yeah, share Nexus Trail. Yeah, whoever just put that message up, I will be around tomorrow. At least that's my plan. If I can't, I'll let you guys know, but my plan is to be around tomorrow. Anyways, yeah, I just like doing all the side stuff, and I like exploring, and I like seeing what pops up. So just simply by doing that, I ended up with all this money. I ended up with 50 street cred, and I ended up at level 43. It's not because I'm trying to grind. I'm not doing any exploits. I'm not, cheating or anything like that. I'm just playing the game. That's all I'm doing. I'm just playing, and I'm doing all the side stuff, and I'm exploring. And then when I feel like it, I'll then do the next, main story mission, and then I go back to doing the side stuff, and it's just been fun for me. And these are the gigs that I happen to have left. And then I've noticed some of these hustles that I can do. These are the rides that I haven't bothered to go to, because a lot of these cars I really don't think are worth it. It also kind of cracks me up that they're not, oh, you can buy this new Caliburn. I got one for free. I'm not going to buy another one. The Guinevere, though, was a rather pretty looking car. I don't know if it's worth $225,000, but it's not bad. I almost bought this one. I'm not gonna lie, I almost bought this one, but now that I got the Quadra Turbo, I don't see the reason to. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll do, if I can find something in the city that looks somewhat promising. I'm not gonna do the boxing ones. Fuck the boxing ones. I hate them at biblical proportions at this point. I do not want to do Dream On right now. I get a feeling that one's going to be really involving, and I just want to do something quick. If I do something. Or, you know what I could do? Like, I could quit this now, and before I leave for tonight, I can quickly pop up Tekken, for those of you guys who are like, I got Tekken but I can't play, and just at least show you some basic stuff you need to know. Would you guys be interested in that? Like, for the last few minutes? I'm actually looking at the chat right now, so I'll actually see. And in the meantime, yeah, I'll quickly do a quick save. And yeah, what do you guys think? Yeah, basics, yes. 2 people saying yes. Okay, then that's what I'll do. And also, I know for a fact that I'll be able to tab in and out, and it won't crash. So, yeah, let's quit this out. I already saved. And everything is all black. Oh, noes. And I am going to now move myself a little bit more in the center. And now I gotta boot up Steam. Because I actually bought Cyberpunk on GOG because I was like, I want to support the company and make sure they have all of my monies. Because there's no reason why it's a third party. And then I give them all of my monies, and this is the game that they give me. Which, yes, I do. Again, I do enjoy it, but they need to fucking fix their game. Okay. Okay, so here's the problem. I do want to show you guys some basic stuff that you need to know about Tekken. However, if I try to make this a primer, we're going to be here for at least another hour. I do not have another hour. But I will try to cram in as much as I possibly can. I'm basically going to tell you the stuff that I usually tell my friends. And I will say that the stuff that I have told my friends, it has helped them. Like, I've seen them actually get better at the game. So, I now need to plug my controller in. Give me one more. There we go. By the way, getting yourself an external USB hub, especially when your computer is way down below, so useful. Seriously. So, shut up, you. Alright, so I'm going to start up Tekken. And then I'm going to go over here. Kermit the Frog here. We're about to play some Tekken. That was a horrible one. I usually do Kermit's voice a lot better than that. Oh, are there any indie fighting games I enjoy? Someone's asking me. I know people don't really count it as a fighting game, but Lethal League Blaze is one of my favorite ones to play. I have dabbled in Skullgirls. I like that one. There's a weird one called Wu-Tang versus Shaolin. That game is that's not one that you'd be playing competitively per se, but it's still a hell of a lot of fun. If you watch a lot of Shaw Brothers Kung Fu movies and stuff like that, you can't help but love Shaolin versus Wu-Tang. It's just a goofy-ass game, but it's a lot of fun. I'm trying to think of another... Let me go down my list of games. I got a lot of crazy shit. Of course, I got a lot of the Street Fighters. I have Roof Rage, which is sort of like a Smash Brothers, like a 2D Smash Brothers, if that makes any sense. That one's also a lot of fun. Actually, this is a side-scrolling beat-em-up, not a fighting game. I was about to say River City Ransom Underground, River City Girls. Whoa, what the hell just... Oh, it went full screen. Okay, Tekken's doing some weird things right now. It's probably not happy with the fact that I have 2 screens now. So... Alright, so... There we go. And... Hold up. God damn it, Tekken. There we go. Okay, press any button. There we go. See, now this is playing at a steady 60 frames per second. I'm not having any problems with it. Actually, I haven't booted up Tekken in like probably 3 weeks. So I'm gonna have to warm myself up a little bit. Let's go over and practice. So, first things first, when you first start playing a fighting game, let me know if the music is too loud, by the way. Because it is kind of loud for me right now.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Leo. Heihachi Mishima.
One of my favorite stages. Mordhau. I have not played Mordhau yet.
Get ready for
okay, yeah, I thought so. The music is too loud, so let me take care of that. God damn it. Okay, so I'm going to jack up my mic, and I'm going to lower the desktop audio a little bit, and hopefully that is taking care of it. How's the music? Is it too loud, or is my voice coming out clearer? Let me know. That didn't look good. Alright. Is it still too loud? Let me know if it's still too loud or if I was able to balance it correctly. Looks like it's still too loud. You guys aren't telling me if it's... Oh, it's perfect. Okay, good. Alright, so when you're playing Tekken, most people, when they see Tekken matches, they see all the cool stuff like this. And they think that's all it takes to play the game, right? Wow, the cool juggles, the combos. That's what it takes. That's how you play Tekken. No. The first thing I can tell anybody who's first learning how to play this game, do not stress yourself out desperately trying to do the juggles. Juggles will come later. What you want to work on are your fundamentals. And what I mean by your fundamentals is you need to understand how Tekken actually works. Oh, River City Girls? I love that game. Oh, Cohesion! Hey, man! Long time no see. How you been doing? And yes, I do play River City Girls. I have it, in fact. Anyway, you want to work on your basic stuff first. You need to understand the way Tekken basically works. And the way Tekken basically works is you're trying to rely on moves that don't take too much time to come out. One thing I like to say is that when you're playing fighting games, like there's a difference between 2D games and 3D games. When you're playing 2D games, it's all about controlling space. Now, granted, the same thing is with 3D games as well, but 2D games in particular, you're really trying to control space. What you're trying to control is the space in front of you and the space above you. That's why characters usually have some type of fireball or uppercut of some type. You're trying to control that space. The person who's able to control those spaces more effectively than the other is the one who wins. 3D games like this, however, while you are controlling space, and yes, you need to know the ranges of certain moves, what you're really more concerned with is time. In other words, is your move going to come out and hit them before yours? Before theirs. Or if your move is slow, can you get them in a motion where you can hit them and they don't have enough time to deal with it? If you can master that better than the other person, you win. I hope that makes sense. So, in other words, I'm going to make... I'm trying to think of what move I can make this guy do. Or I could simply set up my other controller, but I don't have my USB... No, yes I do. So, I am going to... Actually, no. You know what? I'll make things easier on myself. I'm going to... Control... Range of action settings... I want this dude to, and I'm going to give him a move to do, and I'm going to have him do, trying to give him something that is the demon uppercut. Yeah, that works. And then I'm going to have him do it. So, now, that move is pretty powerful. If I get hit by that, I'm in a launcher state, I'm going to lose a whole lot of damage and all that. But notice how long it takes to come out. So watch this. Well, hold on. Well, actually it ducks, so that's a bad thing to do. If I'm able to get my move out before him, I can stop it from happening before he can pop that out. Now granted, I got to be pretty fast with it. And I also got, or I could do stuff like this. Whoops, sorry. Or I could sidestep. So now the move is too slow for him to be able to effectively do anything about it. And then I can counter. So you really need to worry about what moves come out faster than the other. So when you're first playing the game, you want to find your character's most efficient moves. They aren't always going to be the fastest. Like, usually everyone's fastest moves are their jabs, their mid punches, which is usually down forward +1, your mid kicks, stuff like that, your low hits, your low sweeps, stuff like that. Everybody's got something like that. However, you may also have some really big moves like that, which do take some time to come out. Like, notice this. That one's really powerful, and it can set up for a lot of damage later. But notice that it takes up a bit longer to come out than this. Like, that comes out quickly. That one comes out in like 10 frames, right? But this comes out in 14 to 15 frames. So if I'm going to be doing something like this, I have to hope that that person is not ready to do a move that's faster than 14 to 15 frames, or that he's not prepared to do it. Like, he might be in a block animation, or that he might be recovering from some big move, or he isn't expecting it because you distance yourself better. So in the beginning, you want to find your character's most effective moves based on the style that that character fights with and how you want to play. Like, whether you want to be poking a lot. Like, the character I use is pretty good with poking and counter-attacking. So I want to use a lot of quick moves that's going to frustrate the opponent to get them to do something big and stupid so that I can counter them with a launcher that then puts them in a juggle state. So find the most effective moves. And since Tekken has been out for God knows how long, you can easily find on YouTube or on the internet some move list that shows you like the top 10 to top 15 moves of your characters. Practice those and realize why they're considered to be good. It's not necessarily because they set things up for a juggle. It's usually because they can stuff somebody, or it sets them up for 50-50s, which 50-50s just simply mean you put them in a situation where they have to guess the right move that's coming out, and if they guess wrong, they eat a lot of damage. You know, you setting up mix-ups, setting up defensive or offensive strategies, stuff like that. Don't worry too much about the juggles. They will come later, but you're more about, you know, like when I'm playing Leo, this character, by the way, is named Leo. When I'm playing Leo, most of the time when I'm starting, I'm trying to set you up for this, or for a big hit. So, in order for me to do that, I have to frustrate you first. I have to do stuff like that. A lot of pokes. A lot of stuff that's going to stuff what you want to do. Make you get defensive and make you, like, get super frustrated. Now, once that happens, and I get you frustrated enough that you start making mistakes, or that you start second guessing your attacks, then I can go for the big stuff. Then I can set you up with stuff like that. You know, but it says that the timing thing also applied to some 2D fighting games. Sort of, yes. Frames do matter in 2D games, though not as much as 3D ones. And I think the major reason is because in 3D games, you tend to have a lot of sideways movement as well. And you don't have to worry too much about people jumping in to attack you. So it is less about controlling the space and more about controlling the timing. Now, 2D games, you also have to worry about the timing, and that's where you get what's called footsies in Street Fighter, where, you know, you're playing in the neutral area, you're mostly around here, and you're trying to do quick moves to stop them from doing what they want to do. And then when you get them frustrated enough that they're not doing the big stuff, that's when you jump in and go with the big combo and stuff like that. But it's still about controlling that space, because you're controlling this space in front of you by hitting them with a lot of quick hits or a lot of the hits that stop what they want to do. And then when you get them frozen or you get them making a big mistake, then you go with the big combos in 2D games. It's sort of the same in 3D games, but here you're frustrating them with a lot of pokes. A lot of stuff like that. And then you can, you know, frustrate the hell out of them. Now, also depending on the type of character you're using, may also change up your strategy a little bit. So for instance, my character, actually, to be fair, is actually a good, well-rounded character. I can do a lot of things. If I want to be offensive, I can. If I want to be defensive, I can. If I want to go up with a lot of mix-up situations, I can. You know, there's a lot I can do. But what this character excels in is poking and counter-attacking. So a lot of times I'm doing pokes to frustrate them, and then I'll do something like step back or sidestep, or I'll get into a range where they don't think I can hit them. They'll do something big that misses, and then I counter. So that's what this character excels in, and because of that, that's how I'm going to be doing my moves, and that's what I'm going to be relying on. I'm going to look for the moves that help me with that strategy. The guy I'm fighting against, Heihachi, on the other hand, he's very counterattack oriented. His whole thing is to wait for you to do something stupid, and then he just overwhelms you like a Mack truck. Like, he'll do a big counterattack and then suddenly go offensive on you and have you guessing. A lot of the Mishimas are like that, but he's a little bit more defensive-minded than the others because he's a little bit slower. But he's got some moves that literally will just go right through whatever you're doing. Like, you try to go offensive, he counters with a really big hit, you stagger, you get up, you're not too sure what to do, and now all of a sudden he's all over you. So, with that strategy in mind, you then want to look through his moves list and find the moves that will work for that sort of strategy before you then start developing your own. Now, you may have also noticed that I said that you're looking for the top 10 to 15 moves to rely on. That might be daunting when you look at the moves list and you notice that your character has hundreds of moves. My character literally has like almost 100 freaking different moves on the moves list. It's 87. Some people have 100, some people have more than 100. You don't need to learn all the moves. Especially when you're first starting out. You do not need to memorize this whole moves list. You just need to know some basic stuff. Like, honestly, with this character, the moves I rely on the most are my jab, my down forward +1, which is just down forward jab, my forward plus that, my down forward 2, this, and then the moves that come from that, and then this and this, and then this and this. Oh, sorry. That's it. That's my toolkit. There's a lot of other ones that I do rely on every now and then, but that's most of the stuff that I use in my toolkit. Just that. That's it. She's got tons of other moves. I don't need to use them. Like, for instance, there's this move, which works every now and then as a surprise move. It's not the main one in my roster. There's this move, which is nice, and I get a nice follow-up with that. I don't rely on it all that much. There's that. I don't rely on it all that much. There's that particular move. To be honest, I rely on this more when I'm doing rushdown, but it's not the main move in my toolkit. There's also all the parries that Leo can do, which a friend of mine who plays with me, who's actually in this chat right now, they rely on the parries a lot. It's part of their toolkit. It's not really part of mine. What you need to do is just find the stuff that works well with how you want to play the game, and then rely on that toolkit. If you find that a certain move doesn't work well, then substitute it out with something else. But you don't need to I need to learn every move in order to get good with this character. No, you don't. 10 to 15 is all you need. Some people are a lot less depending on how good they are. Like Leroy, for the longest time, really could kick your ass with only 2 moves. 2 to 3 moves is all he really needed to completely destroy everybody in the game, which is one of the reasons why they hated him so much. And those of you who play Tekken, you know what I mean. So when you're playing a game like this, and when you're playing Tekken, just find, a few moves that you can rely on, and then try to use that to help carry you through the game. And then slowly but surely you can look at what all the other moves do, and then slowly add that to your toolkit when you need it. Another thing for those of you who have just started playing Tekken and you don't know the terminology we use, or you're interested in getting into Tekken and you want to learn the terminology, I really need to talk about the way we describe buttons. And it's that we use a kind of weird number system for the buttons. So for instance, if I'm doing this move, I'm not saying I press down forward and triangle, or down forward and right punch, which is what it is. I say I press DF2. The directions, we use an abbreviation for each one, so that up is U, forward is F, back is B, down is D, right? And then of course you have your up forward, down, down back, up back, that sort of thing. Your punches and kicks, we use numbers for those. So your left punch is 1, your right punch is 2, your left kick is 3, your right kick is 4. So down forward 2 is that. Down forward 1 is that. Down forward 4 is that, and so on. And if we're going to be saying back forward 2, so back forward 2, 1 plus 2, that's that. See what I mean? So when you're looking up moves online and you notice the move list seems to be this weird jumble of numbers and letters, that's what they are. The letters usually are directions, the numbers are usually the buttons. And that's how you're going to be able to read things like combo strings and things like that. So when you hear me saying, for instance, okay, I do a down forward 2, then a forward plus 2, then a back forward 1, 2, and that's what I'm saying. It's just the buttons that you press. And that universal system makes it easy for the people who, let's say you're playing the game with an Xbox controller, and me, I'm playing on a PlayStation controller. If I tell you press down, forward, triangle, you're going to look at me like I'm insane. But if I say down, forward, 2, now you know what I'm talking about, no matter what controller you're using. So learning that naming culture helps. Okay, so I've noticed that a friend of mine jumped on. So, if you want, we could do a quick little practice match so I can kind of like talk through it as I'm playing, or I can talk about like what I'm doing as I'm playing it. Sadworm, are you up for that? Because I know you're playing right now. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but if you are, or if you're listening, actually I should send him a message right now. Are you up for some Tekken? And let's see what he says. In the meantime, I could talk a little bit about why I like my character so much. Leo wasn't for my first choice. I used to play Tekken a long time ago. Like ever since Tekken 1, I've been playing Tekken. And martial law was my main. All the way up until now, martial law has always been the main person that I threw out, the main guy in my pocket. This is 1 sec. Some game just crashed. Okay. All right. He's saying he's willing to play. But anyway, Law has been my main person. And then Tekken 5 showed up, and Feng Wei showed up, and I'm like, ooh, a pure Kung Fu guy? Okay, I gotta use this guy. And he became my main. And then Tekken 6 showed up, and this character popped in, and now Leo's pretty much become my main character. I still use Feng Wei, I still use Law pretty well, but this has become my main character, despite the fact that a lot of people sleep on Leo. They think she's okay, but they don't think she's that great, and they think that she's basic. No, Leo is not basic. They may think it's basic because at first the moves are easy to pull off, and it's all about getting them against the wall, and once they're against the wall, you're going to smash them up some more and do big damage. Let me see if I can still do this combo. It's been a while since I've done it. Yeah, it's been a while. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, Leo can do some major damage once you get them up against the wall. The last couple of hits dropped because I wasn't in rage. See, now I'm curious to see if I can still do it. I haven't done this in a while. I was not playing Tekken seriously for like literally like almost a month. No. There we go. So, that's okay. Yeah, I should tell you about Leo. Leo is different. When Leo first came out, they specifically told us, oh, don't worry about whether Leo is a guy or a girl. So then they had us going, wait a minute, what the hell? Leo was purposefully made to be androgynous. However, when Tekken Tag 2 came out, Bandai Namco admitted that Leo was actually female, or at least born female. However, Leo has a lot of male costume items, and in this game, now they're calling Leo him again. So even though I keep saying she because they officially admitted a while back that Leo is female, really, if I'm going to be technical about it, really we should be saying they. Because Leo seems to be gender fluid. Leo can pretty much be, if you want Leo to be male, you can make him male. If you want him to be female, you can make him female. They officially said that Leo was officially female, but purposely goes around looking male. In fact, everyone's saying, oh, what a handsome looking, pretty looking young boy you are. But Leo's full name is Eleanor. It's female. Yeah, but really I should be saying they. I really should be saying they, so. Alright, I'm going to quit out because my pal is actually ready, so I'm going to set up a lobby real quick. Player match, create session, put the name. I always call it Ouch 101. Create session, invite, and there you is. I'll wait for them to pop in. Now, right, so now granted, Sadworm here has had a lot more time to practice. I haven't been playing Tekken for a while, so I'm expecting I'm going to get my ass kicked. But I'm hoping to kind of like show you guys that it's not too hard. Tekken should bring Elliot from Dead or Alive. Maybe I wouldn't mind a Shingy character in the game. But I have a problem with the Dead or Alive fighting game engine. It's a fighting game engine that had promise, but lately they've been focusing more on titillation than actually making, you know, the tightening up the gameplay. If they do decide to bring Elliot into Tekken, yeah, they're going to have to clean some stuff up. I'm not saying that I'm against it. I'm just saying that there's going to have to be some stuff to kind of clean up the way Elliot would play. More complicated than many people have realized. Yes, they have. Yeah, I forgot. Sadworm likes playing Leo as well. Let's see how much you've learned, young grasshopper. Come on, load. The game, granted, this person is way in another country, so it's not going to be super smooth, but it's going to be smoother than it used to be. Nice. Okay. See, they're playing counter offensively, and I'm rushing in, which is really stupid. Nice. They like parrying a lot too, so I see they've gotten a lot better. How'd you get that parry off so quick? Yep. Alright. Here we go. I'm warming up. I'm warming up. Nice. Nice. Did not think that would hit low. I fucked that up. I fucked that up big time. I had you there and I ruined it. Whew. I'm playing really sloppy right now. Really, really sloppy right now. See? I'm playing really sloppy. I normally don't drop that. I like that. Should not have tried to challenge that. I like that. You just keep on parrying me. I like that. Stop, stop. Gotcha. I don't know why I keep dropping that comma though. Okay, so something that you've noticed, the person I'm playing against is whiff punishing me a lot, which is very good. They're waiting for me to come in, and they'll either block punish or they'll wait for me to do a move that whiffs and come in and pop me with something really powerful. If Sadworm knew some of Leo's more powerful combos, the match I think would probably be going very differently. But you'll notice that I also, when I was like tightening up, I started relying more on quicker hits, and I changed up my strategy where I started hitting low because I noticed that I was getting parried a lot. And I noticed a lot of Leo's parries tend to work with a lot of high and mid hits, so I started going with a lot of the low hits to poke, and then quickly going for the more powerful high hits when I shook them off with the parry. So that's another thing I really like about Tekken, is that it forces you to have to change up strategies as you're playing. They use the Dan system. I haven't seen that in a while. Yeah, they do use the Dan system in this game. I used to be a little bit higher, but they've reset the Dan system. There's another character I like using, but I'm not as good with Ling Xiaoyu as I would like to be. I'm okay, but I could be better. I got a feeling that Sadworm's gonna win this one, especially since this new character that he's using is really, really good. And I know he's been practicing with her, and I haven't played in like a month, so the anti-strategies against this character I do not know. Oh boy.
Round 1. Fight.
I blocked the first one. Why did I not block the second? Like, it's a moron. Yeah, you definitely have been doing your homework with that character. Ah! Nice combo. What? I didn't realize how many hits it was. Good one. I thought it was only 3 shots. Ah, fucked it up. Bip, bip. Ah! I am dropping combos left and right. That was a clean. Ooh, snap! I forgot about that. Nice throw break. Whew!
Round 3. Fight.
Yep. Nice. I have to remember not to let you be too far away or that crap's coming. Nice. Oh, I didn't realize you were stunned. Whoop. And I didn't break the throw fast enough. Bip, 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 bip. Too slow. Nice throw. Yeah, I really see you winning this one. So that one's too slow to try. Was not fast enough. Bip. And my controller just broke. Okay, there we go. I need to stop doing that. I'm not getting much damage from it. Ah, so that hits mid. So close. I went with a slow low hit. She's a tough character to deal with because of how tricky she is up close. Good win. Good win there. That was a good game. So, we won one apiece. Yeah, Kunimitsu is a problem to deal with if you don't know what to do. What the hell? Let me have some fun. That was finally a win after so many losses. I had a feeling you were going to win that one, though, to be honest. Took the offer. Well, yeah, to be honest, I mean, I've always loved martial arts, and I've always loved martial arts themed things. And I've also was really, ever since I saw Street Fighter 2 in the arcades, I've pretty much been hooked at the whole head-to-head part of playing fighting games. But the closer a fighting game is to real-life strategies, the more I really get into it. And I'm not trying to say that Tekken 7 is a good representation of real martial arts. I mean, come on, you saw what was on the screen. But I do find myself having to do things like using timing, figuring out, okay, like stuff them with this, or like how to use combinations in order to like set up certain strategies, getting them to miss so that you can move in, things like that. It kind of puts me in a similar frame of mind. Allow me to demonstrate the skills of Shaolin, the special technique of shadow boxing. And then I get kicked in the guts. Nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Ah, almost landed it. Man, he is fast with that jab. Ah, I didn't break fast enough. Two. You had me there, by the way. There we go.
Round 3.
Okay.
Fight.
Down. Bip, 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 bip. Ah, I did the wrong move. I had 2 more hits if I did the right one.
KO. Round 4.
Oh, CPU, I'm using Ryzen 5 1600X. No! Didn't break it fast enough. Man, this shows how out of practice I am. I used to be able to break throws all the time. Nice. Press that advantage. Good. I actually ran right into that one. Good perfect, man. Good perfect. Oh, they changed the move. I forgot they gave him a new move, so that I can't do that combo anymore. Whew. Anyone in chat? Anyone? That was a knockdown drag out. But yeah, like I said, I'm using an old Ryzen 5 chip, the 1600X. And as much as I know the new chips are a lot better now, this old one still hasn't given me a reason to want to upgrade it. It still does what it needs to. And again, I mean, the fact that I'm able to handle this... Again, I'm playing somebody who's like in another freaking country, and as you can see, while it's not exactly perfect, it still plays pretty well. And like I was playing people in freaking London with a fairly smooth frame rate. So anybody in the US, if I was playing against them, it would be almost as if we were playing in the living room. Like, it's gotten that good. They've fixed the netcode so that it's... I couldn't believe how good things had changed. Like, because before Season 4, the netcode for Tekken 7 was horrible. Oh my god. Like, I didn't even want to play people in a different state, much less a different country. And now... Oh man, it's like buttery smooth. Like if you're playing in the same country, it's really smooth. If you're playing in the same state, oh my god, it's good. It's like sitting next to you good. Well, I won't go that far, but it almost feels like it. It really does. Damn, it's 1:45? I need to cut this off. But I'm just having fun right now. I wish you guys played Tekken also, because I would invite you guys in. I got room for at least 3 or 4 more people to jump into the lobby. Okay, this nightmare. You knew I was gonna do that. You were waiting for it. I should have taken advantage of that. I like that. He just stopped him from getting in. too slow. Nice! I was going low, but you low kick hit first. Nice parry. Okay. Gotta guard your corns. That was a risk I took there. I'm surprised I missed that. Whew. I had to rely on my pokes to that one. Whew. That particular string of moves I call the Leo Barrage. You gotta kind of get in their heads to get away with that nonsense. Whew. Why not? Get my old loft shenanigans in there. Man, we need some more people in this lobby. Like, how many more of you guys play Tekken? Like, if you play on Steam, give me an invite. I'll send you in. And I'm also into Street Fighter as well, and Soul Calibur. I got that too. Like I said, hell, I even got the King of Fighters games, which I think more people need to appreciate. King of Fighters 13 and 14 are amazing. Like, they're really, really good. Like, some of my favorite Evo matches are in King of Fighters 13. Like, that was like, I wish I remembered which year it was, but there was like this heated freaking fight between there were players from Mexico and there were players from Korea playing at Evo in King of Fighters 13, and the matches were insane. And it was our very first time, like, it was the very first time these Korean players actually were able to fly out the country. Like, they saved all their money and, like, you know, got their plane tickets and flew out to Vegas for the tournament. And it was some of the best. Like, I honestly think those matches were better than what was going on with Marvel at the time. And that was when Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was at its height. Nice. Okay. Time to test your knowledge.
Round 2. Fight.
I had a juggle there and I didn't realize it. Nice. You are not playing around. Just add that pressure. I like that. You had me there. You really had me there. You still won, though. Good. Good, good stuff. I fucked it up. Nice. Ah! I thought I broke the throw. Whew.
Round 4.
Somebody's been practicing. I fucked it up again. Good shot. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, my law is rusty, to be honest. I mean, I know I won that one, but my law is really, really rusty. Really, really rusty. And I still can't do the dragon switch combos consistently with him, which is why I don't use them as much as I used to. If I could just use the dragon switch combos consistently, then I would be pulling them out a lot more often. Alright, time to have some fun. I am not expecting to win this match with this dude, but he's still one of my favorite guys to use. Okay. Don't care, there might be children. Can you see the Steam library and Epic and Origin, etc.? Are you asking me what my Steam library is? Or are you just simply asking in general if it's easy to see people's libraries? Because I know, like, if you're on Steam and you know somebody's profile, you can see what games they have. Oh, come on. You're using Josie. You have a chance of winning this. I just got a message from Sadworm saying that I'm winning because they didn't get a chance to pick the character they wanted. But Josie's solid. I really like her. For a while, I was using her as a pocket character. And I would like to go back to using her as a pocket character because she's got some really good pressure and some really good attack strings. Just like insane stuff. Okay. Oh, by the way, since you guys have been on this long with me, want a bit of a sneak preview of what I think of the swords that I'm reviewing? I mean, I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but I can give you at least some tips, or like a hint of what to expect. Yeah, stop them. You're like, alright, enough of that shenanigans. You got enough of my crap. Okay. Ah, I fucked it up. Nice. Yeah, you stuffed that real quick. I like that. I fucked it up again. I am so rusty. I'm getting too defensive. I didn't realize it was a throw until it was too late. Good. Good one. Good one. Good. I'm getting up with buttons. I really shouldn't be doing that. Nice. Little pickup combo there. Whew. Yeah, I do need to get into more book reviews. You're right. Especially since I've picked up some really interesting ones. Nice. Whew. Yeah, there's a couple of Bagua books I've recently picked up that I thought might be interesting. An old classic kick book that I've been meaning to do a review on two particular kick books that are no longer in print, that I find them to be both fascinating and ridiculous at the same time. I've been meaning to talk about those books for at least a good 2 years, and I need to just get off the X-Lax, just pass the X-Lax and get on with it. So, back to Leo, because I need to do more practice with Leo. Alright, so the swords that I'm going to be reviewing are the LK Chen ones that recently came in. That's the Soaring Sky and the Scarlet Sunset and the new Flying Phoenix. The new Flying Phoenix, there's not much to say, because it's the same sword as it was before. It's just in a nicer package, and it's still my favorite overall one. The Soaring Sky has become, it's grown on me. When I first got it, I didn't think it was a bad sword. I just was like, this wasn't what I was expecting. But the more I used it, and the more I was practicing with it, and when I started cutting with it, it grew on me. And now it's one of my favorites in my collection. Seriously. The other one, the Scarlet Sunset, I want that to be a surprise, but let me just say, it's more sword than it looks. That's all I'm going to say about it. It really took me by surprise. Sort of like how Sadworm's taking me by surprise with Kunimitsu right now. Yo, bastard! That actually hit me? Wow, I'm getting clowned right now. You're not getting a perfect, damn it. I keep forgetting that's a throw. That was a risk. That was a big risk. That was stupid of me. I should have stopped. I deserve that. Whew. I honestly think Kunimitsu might be your best character. Haven't seen that before. I asked for that. No! I'm dead. I did not mean to do that. I was trying to do something completely different. You stopped that quick. Bang, 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 bang. I am dropping that combo left and right, and I'm not too sure why. Whew. Do I plan to review the armor padding revealed? If I get a copy of it, I'll review it. Like, basically, I can only review what I'm sent. I really would like to test that one out, but the armor literally just showed up. Like, it literally he literally announced it. If it shows up on my doorstep, or if I buy it myself, which is a possibility, I'll review it. But if I don't have it, I can't review it. So, 2 more matches? What am I doing? I actually hit the wrong button there. I almost ended up picking the wrong character. I can get a copy of Krill Ribbon's A Study of the Eastern Sword on Amazon. How good is that book? Is this something that you've read before? Wall hanger, though. 2 more, then quit. Yeah, I'm going to do 2 more, and then I'm going to quit the stream, because it's like 2 in the morning now. I wasn't expecting to be streaming this long. I just thought this was going to be like, okay, I'm just going to do a really quick preliminary, but since there's a lot of noise in the background and stuff like that, people aren't going to like it, so I'll just talk about some stuff, and then just for shits and giggles, I'll complain about Cyberpunk, show a little bit of it, play some games, and then quit. So the funny thing is, my main live stream was gonna go something like this anyways. I don't know. I'll probably talk a little bit about more sword stuff tomorrow. You know, to please people a little bit more, a little extra gift. But I definitely, usually my tradition for live streams at the end of the year, beginning of the next year is we get together, we play games, we have fun. You know, it's just a time to kind of de-stress from the year and just celebrate and be all nerdy and stuff. Video games do definitely take up time, especially when you got a lot of them. I got games I haven't even had a chance to play yet. Let's just put it that way. In fact, like, before I quit out, I will show you my Steam library, and then you can be like, what the hell? So, why is it taking so long to... Oh, God, you're using Noctis. Oh, well. I really like the way I changed the colors for this costume for Leo. Noctis used to drive me insane. I still don't like fighting against Noctis. See, if you flinch, you gotta worry about that stuff. Somehow walked into that. I should not have pressed buttons. You had me there. You had me there big time when I was getting up. Just what I was about to do, actually. Shit. That was a good punish. That was a very good punish. I should have just jabbed. I should have just jabbed instead of doing something fancy. How am I not breaking these throws when I see them coming? That was a good one. Yeah, I'm going to lose this. Because I'm getting completely caught off balance by Noctis' shenanigans. No! Yeah, I screwed up there. When I had you against the wall, I could have actually taken the match. I don't think I'm winning this. Glad I didn't attack there. Okay. You keep catching me as I'm sidestepping. No! It's over. This is a match. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. Not blocking. Why did I do that? He was waiting for that. I saw him like cocking it back like a baseball bat. Boy, that was a match. That was a match. That was a hell of a match. I don't know what you guys thought of it, but yeah. I had to kind of get into the game there, get my mind in the game there. Okay, so last match of the evening. Boom. Play right here because I like the music. Biggie Smalls is the second. What? What about Biggie Smalls? Biggie Smalls. G plus S equals no sleep. Games plus S. Okay. Leo versus Leo. Classic way to end it. At least for us, since these are the characters that we used to play against each other with. I'm gonna pick up Kunimitsu at some point, and you're gonna have to like kind of put me through the. You're gonna have to put me through the trials to learn that character because you know how to use Kunimitsu way better than I do. You put me through the ringer with her. And mine. Okay. Let's do this. Nice. It reminded me of moves I'm supposed to be using. I should have went with a mix-up, actually. Uh-oh. Controller got disconnected. I'm sorry. Yeah, went low. I realized it too late. Whew. Good. Good. Wow. It's like, I'm not putting up with your shenanigans this time. Good hop kick. Good shit. That one was close. Good hop kick. Nicely done. That was a good whiff punish. Caught me flinching. Why do I keep disconnecting my controller? There we go. Good shit. Good. Good.
Final round. Fight.
That was a mistake. That's what I was doing. Oh boy. And the game froze. Why did the game freeze? Come on. That sucks. I do not know what just happened. Alright, I'm going to kind of call it here. But I definitely had fun. And it was nice kind of getting back into the saddle with this game. Like ever since Cyberpunk came out, I haven't been playing Tekken. So yeah, it was nice actually kind of rolling back with this. Before I quit out, I guess I will show you guys what I do have as far as games go, in case I have something that you guys are interested in maybe jumping into for tomorrow evening. Now granted, even though I am saying that, okay, I'm going to be on for tomorrow and that's what I'm planning, considering the crap that's been happening lately, If something happens where I'm not going to be able to stream, I'm going to be very unhappy, but I will warn you guys. But as far as I know, the night should be clear for tomorrow. But yeah, I needed to share with you the games I have, I guess. So let's see. Where is, so is it this? No, that's the wrong thing. Not Steam News. It's a Steam window. Would it be the chat one? I think it's the chat one. I don't think it is. There's the friends list. There's the Chrome list. There's the Steam News. There's the Galaxy client, which that's not what you guys want to see. Maybe it's because I don't actually have the Steam page up. That might be what it is. Okay, so if I do that, cancel out, and then go back in. Okay, there it is. So, hopefully you guys are going to be able to see the window. I don't know. I'm hoping you guys can see it. Can you guys? No, you guys can't see it. It's not. Oh, wait. It would help to actually turn it on. Heh. I knew that all along. I was testing you guys. Yes. I was testing you people to make sure you knew what was going on. And for some weird reason, it is not showing you a damn thing. It's just a black screen. Why is it only showing a black screen? Damn it, Steam. Maybe it's the wrong size or something? I'm not too sure. Honestly, I'm not really too sure why it's not showing you my game list. I mean, this is my library. Maybe if I change things? Nope, you're not seeing a damn thing, are you? I'm trying to reload the library tab, and it's not doing it. You're probably seeing that I'm trying to switch. Like, you'll probably see the screen flashing, but it's not actually showing you guys anything. And I'm not really too sure why it's not. Huh. Oh well. There is something else I can do. I'm doing a window capture, not a desktop capture. So maybe that's what I need to do. If I do a desktop capture, that might help. Display capture. Yes. There we go. Okay, so that kind of covers me up, but it's not like you guys really need to see me anyway, right? Actually, if I move this here, I've been flipping everything around so much, I'm beginning to lose track of where everything is. Not that it matters. Okay, so display capture, I'm going to put that down here. I'm going to shut that off. Alright, so, okay, yeah, that's exactly how I wanted this to look. So you can see this, right? Really, all you really need to see is this. So, some of these I don't have installed because either I'm done with those or I haven't gotten a chance to play them yet. I have Absolver, which I really wanted to get into this. It was a fighting game that was very interesting to me. You know, with the whole, joining clans, building your deck, so to speak, of different moves, building your own style and everything like that. And the moves looked really interesting, and some of the moves are based on real martial arts, and I really wanted to get it, and I just never played it. And now I feel like it would be a waste of time because I don't think a lot of people play it anymore, so I don't think I'm going to be bumping into people online. However, I'm willing to jump in if many of you guys have it, and you guys can show me the ropes of how to play. But this game really interested me. I bought it, I just never got around to playing it. I got Aces Wild. I just like fighting games, and I like side-scrolling beat 'em up, so of course I got Aces Wild. I don't know why I didn't reinstall it because I was playing it before. Air Buccaneers, which I almost never played. This is a really good time waster. It's pretty much just an arcadey, quick get a high score type game, but it's extremely fast paced. Basically, it's just you and endless enemies, and it's a one-hit kill type of game. You have a pistol and you have a katana, and you have to pretty much just wipe out waves of enemies with one-hit kills. Either you shoot them or you slash them, and it's extremely high paced. You build up like super moves, and you can do that crazy Japanese ninja thing where you suddenly zoom all over the screen really fast, and then all of a sudden everybody falls down. It's just a game that really appeals to your id, so to speak. Alien Swarm Reactive Drop. I used to play this game like crazy. At least on my older computer. You only see 42 minutes, but that's because I didn't get to play much ever since I built this machine. Oh, Katana Zero? I do have Katana Zero. G-H-I-G-K. See? Right there. I really loved this game. I've already beaten it. I haven't gotten all the achievements yet, but I do need to get back and do it. But yeah, I got the Dragon Save. I got the end. You know, I loved Katana Zero. It's a really great game. Swarm, Always Sometimes Monsters, which I've never played. This, I played it on my old machine, scared the hell out of people with it. I would love to do a playthrough of this game, like a stream or a record. But I don't want to play. I want to have somebody else play it. I'm just sitting behind them, just watching them freak out as they play. I would love to have film that. This, I don't know why the hell I have it. I don't even know how I got it. Got Apostle, which is not a multiplayer game. Arma. I got this because it was part of a package. I don't play it. It's just there. It's just there. It's like that bowl of fruit and there's that one apple that you never eat. That's this. And I know it's good, but it's just there. Ashes of the Singularity. I really want to get further into this game. I like war strategy games, and this one's fun. I just haven't had the time to dive into it. This, played it on console, beat it. Played it on my old PC, beat it. It's just here because it's part of my library. Revelations, love this game. Unity, believe it or not, love that game. And if any of you guys have it, I would love to have a multiplayer squad. I mean, only 4 people can play at once, but when you get a group of people playing this multiplayer to take out a target, it's freaking sweet. Like, me and my son, we like playing this together, so yeah, I'm raising him right? Shut up. This one's fun, you know. This one's a hell of a lot of fun if you like, you know, Mega Man style, like fast-paced shooting type games. I like racing games. This one's decent, but I haven't installed it in this machine. Bastion, of course I have it, beaten it. I need to get back to playing it. Arkham City, I've already played it and beaten it on my old computer. I haven't installed it here. Arkham Knight, I've barely played this game. I bought it on sale, and it's just here. One of these days I'll finish it. I just haven't had the wherewithal to do so. Bioshock 2, liked it. Bioshock Infinite, believe it or not, never played it. It's just been sitting in my library. Blade Symphony, played a little bit of this, but not enough to make where I could feel like I'm confident, you know, competent in it. And I don't think anyone's really playing it anymore. Bladed Fury, a lot of fun. I need to play some more of it. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. Oh yeah. One of these days I'm going to dive into this. I will dive into this at some point. I just haven't yet. But I can't wait. Borderlands 2, played a little bit of it. It's okay. I see why everybody else likes it, but it's not really grabbing me yet. And I think it's more of a me problem than the game. Because the game's good. The sequel, I haven't played that. Broforce is way too much fun. I love this game. I love the tongue-in-cheek humor of it. I love the freaking how bombastic it is. I loved the ads for this game when this game was first coming out. I just love Broforce. It's just, oh my god, I love Broforce. This is one of those games that you just can't help but laugh as you play. It's just so over the top. God, I love this game. Brothers Tale of Two Sons, I have it, never played it. I know. Go ahead, call me a sinner, but I haven't played it. Brutal Legend, love it. Burnout Paradise, I played the shit out of Burnout Paradise. And I still like diving in every now and then. It's to me one of the best racers I've played, even though it's an old game now. But my problem with a lot of today's racers is that they're trying to push too much for realism. If I want to drive a real car, I'll go out and drive my car. When I play a racing game, I don't want the physics to be completely real. Maybe it's just me. Call of Juarez Gunslinger, haven't played it yet, but I want to. This I've messed around with, and I've played almost all the games that are in this collection when I was, a kid growing up. Castle Crashers, who hasn't played this? Actually, I'm pretty sure everybody has this game. This would be a fun one for us to play multiplayer. Fun, like it. Chaser, I haven't really. No, I played it a little bit. It's alright. This one of these days I'll play it. Yes, I do have anime Dark Souls, and even though I really like it, for some weird reason I haven't finished it yet. I will, sooner or later. I just haven't yet. Company of Heroes is actually one of my favorite war strategy games. I used to play it like crazy years ago. I recently installed it on Steam, and I just need to get back into it. Cortex Command, I have it, just haven't played it. Crazy Taxi, love the hell out of this game. The Culling of the Cows, sorry. I have it, I messed with it once, and that was it. All the Souls games I obviously have, because it's my favorite games. This is my favorite franchise of all time. Just the Souls series. I'll play them forever. I'll keep coming back to playing them. It's like my home away from home. Darkest Dungeon, love this game. I just haven't really sat down and really played it yet, but I do like it. Dead Cells, way too much fun. Dead State, a friend of mine was obsessed with this game. I played a little bit of it. I haven't gotten that deep, but I would like to play it some more. Defiance, it's alright. It's fun. It's okay. Destiny 2, I need to get back into it. I don't even know what the hell this is. I don't even know why I have it.
Might have been a free
It might have been a free game or a package deal. I don't know why I have this. Dirt 3, I know why I have this. I've just never installed it. Dirty Bomb, I don't know why I have it. Disgaea, I do know why I have it. I love this game. I just haven't installed it in this machine. Dishonored, same thing. Distance, same thing. This game's a lot of fun if you like crazy racers. This game's a lot of fun. Believe it or not, I like this game. And it's because I don't consider it to be Devil May Cry. I know that sounds weird. But, yeah, if you're going to be comparing it to the other Devil May Cries, like Devil May Cry 3, Devil May Cry, yeah, this doesn't hold a candle. Yes, this is not Dante. Yes, I agree. But if you just kind of pretend that this game has nothing to do with that series, then you actually can enjoy it. And I just enjoy it at that level. I'm not saying that, yeah, this game doesn't... No. But it's actually not bad if you just play it on its own merits. Of course I have Doom. Of course I have Doom too. This game did not entertain me as much as I thought it would. I mean, it's still fun, but it hasn't gripped me as much as I thought it was. I used to be a huge Double Dragon fan. And this game, it's okay, but I've played better beat-em-ups. Dragon's Dogma, I do like it. I need to finish it sooner or later. This, I used to play the hell out of it. I don't know why I stopped. This, used to play the hell out of it. Don't know why I stopped. Same thing with this. Same thing with this. This game's a hell of a lot of fun. I really need to get back into it. I used to play the hell out of this on my PlayStation 3. Endless Sky is fun. I need to reinstall it. Enter the Gungeon is way too much fun. Oh, man. Oh, I love Enter the Gungeon. It's just a good game. It's just a very good game. Everspace. Good freaking game. This is too much fun. This, I like it. It's good. I'm not a huge fan like other people are, but I do like it's a good sandbox. It's just a fun little game to mess around with, add mods, run around a savage world, see what you can do. It's okay. Fallout Vegas, it's a classic for a reason. Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, it's just silly fun. It's just dumb, stupid fun. It's great. This, I haven't played it yet. I picked this up because I just want to set up a bunch of silly fighters and see them beat the crap out of each other in the ring. That's the only reason why I picked this one up. I just want to create dumbass fighters, set the AI against itself, and see what insanity happens. I can be weird sometimes. Fistful of Frags, Skull actually got me into this. And every now and then we used to play each other in it. It's just a fun, simple, first-person shooter based in the West. It's alright. It's okay. Fortified, haven't played it. Don't know why it's here. Fury, really love it. I need to get back to playing it. One of my favorite fighters of all time is this right here. Garou, Mark of the Wolves. This is a fighting game. This is a classic fighting game for a reason. Geometry Wars, it's just a good time waster. I need to get the full version of this. Ghost Runner, I need to get the full version of this. The demo was so much freaking fun. I gotta get the demo of this. I mean, the full version of that. Call of Duty, never played it. I don't even know why the hell I have it. Golden Axe, I picked it up when they had that free, when Sega was giving out free demos. I picked it up. It's okay. I already said that I had Grand Theft Auto 5 when I was complaining about Cyberpunk, so of course there it is. I used to play this game like crazy, and I used to have a dedicated group of people I played with. Like, we did make our own gang, we did set up our own business, we were raising hell and driving other people crazy, and then one day I just stopped, and everyone else just stopped. So now, if I do play this game, it's just going to be pure single player. There's really no reason for me to go back online, because I just don't have a steady crew of people to play with anymore. And I'm not going to just stand out there by myself just to get run over by every other person every 5 seconds. Like, no. Just no. Grim Dawn, good game. I need to reinstall it in this. The Guilty Gear games, I don't know if you guys are into these sort of fighting games, but they're a lot of fun. I'm not as good at this as I am in Street Fighter, Soul Calibur, or Tekken, or like the King of Fighters games, or Garo. But I really would like to learn this one. Like, I really would like to learn this, because it's such an interesting fighting game. I just never really sat down and fully learned it properly. Gunpoint. I forgot why I got this. I don't even remember this. Oh well. I used to play this one religiously online. I know it only says 5 hours on this, but on my older machine I used to play this a lot more. And again, I had a dedicated group of people to play with. Now that I don't play this. Hacknet, I heard this game was great. I bought it and never played it. Half-Life goes without saying. Of course I would have the Half-Life stuff. Halo the Master Chief Collection, I just had to pick it up. I'm not like a crazy Halo fan like other people, but I still have fond memories playing it, and I still had fun reliving playing through the games now. And it was only because of the Master Chief Collection that I was finally able to play Halo 3. I played the first Halo and Halo 2, and I played a little bit of ODST, but I never played 3. I never saw how the whole thing finished. Now I do. So, yeah, now I know the story. Hand of Fate, awesome freaking game. Just awesome freaking game. Hand of Fate 2, awesome freaking game. I need to get back into playing it. Hard Reset, side. Hard Reset Redo, never played it. Hawken, wanted to play it, never did. Hellish Quart demo. Of course I picked this up. How was I not going to pick this up? Come on. When this game comes out, I'll buy it. Hitman. This has been sitting in my library for way too long. I need to sit down and properly play it through it. What do I think of For Honor and Hades? So I don't have those. Yeah, I do not have For Honor. I want to get into For Honor. Every time I think about buying it, there's some other game I want to pick up instead. My tastes are weird. One of these days, I will pick up For Honor and finally have fun with it. But I just don't feel the urge to grab it. I mean, granted, if a bunch of you guys have it, if like most of you guys have it, then yeah, that's good enough reason for me to pick it up. You know. So, let's see. Hollow Knight, of course I have Hollow Knight. I mean, come on. This game's beautiful. I have the soundtrack, okay? I listen to the soundtrack. I love this game. It's such a beautiful freaking game. God, I love this game. Of course I have Hotline Miami. That should go without saying if you know my tastes. Of course I got the sequel. This right here, Hyper Life Drifter, is one of my favorite games of all time. It's just a small little kind of almost Zelda-ish type game that just, for some reason, it just really grabbed me the right way. So it's a game that it's one of my favorites. Ikaruga, classic, goes without saying. This, played a little bit of it, really liked it. I need to reinstall it on this machine and play it some more. This game cemented my view that I just don't like Mortal Kombat-based fighting games. I gave this one a chance. I'm not saying that I don't enjoy playing it with other people. And this was actually a gift. Somebody actually gifted me this, and I still appreciate them gifting me this. And we had fun playing against each other. And if I'm just goofing around with somebody and playing this game, it's alright. But as far as a serious fighting game, no. I didn't even realize they were giving it out for free. If I had known they were giving it out for free, I would have grabbed it. Insurgency, love this game. Into the Breach, played a little bit of it. It's fun. Jet Set Radio, of course I had to get this. I remember back when I was playing this on the Dreamcast. Great freaking game. I already said that I had this. Already played some of this. Great. Killing Floor and Killing Floor 2. Especially Killing Floor 2. Awesome freaking game. This is another one I would love to have a full crew of people to play with. I play this one a lot. Single player. I already talked about my King of Fighters games. 13 and 14. 13 is a classic, in my opinion. One of the last great hand-drawn 2D fighting games. It's just awesome. But these two are awesome for different reasons. This one has a more complex system and great hand-drawn sprites. This one, the fighting system is a lot more simplified, and the graphics are now 3D, and I don't think they're as good as other 3D ones, but having said that, the gameplay engine is still pretty good, and it's a bit easier for beginning fighting game players to actually get into. So this one's a bit harder. The system's a little bit more complex, but it is damn good. This one is also really good, and it's easier for people to get in and do crazy combos and such. So they're good for different reasons. Kings of Kung Fu. If you like Shaw Brothers goofiness, pick this one up. It's not the greatest fighting game in the world, but it's fun. Kung Fu Strike. I picked this one up years ago, and it's fun, but it gets really, really hard later on. I've beaten it, but holy shit. This was a decent time waster. This one of these days, I'll properly go through it. I picked this one up simply just to learn a little bit of Japanese. And it does help with that, but this is one of those games that you literally have to play it with a pen and paper. I'm not kidding. Left 4 Dead. Of course I have it. Lethal League and Lethal League Blaze. You people need to pick these ones up. Or at least